wasting time.
Conspiracy.
Today, 95.1 FM. Don't touch that dial. Make sure you are tuned to your numero uno.
Tell me, where's your money now?
When the weather becomes strict and everything becomes unsteady, the only way to go is tune to Today 95.1 FM. And the world of information, entertainment, and education will be served as breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Welcome to the show. You're listening to today's Quest. The newspaper review segment is what we've
now,
got.
Now, I can't bring the party to your house right now. Because, even if it's raining, I still bring the heat right here.
I am here for you, and I know you are here for me.
It is surely the best 15 minutes of football you can find anywhere on radio.
Back here in the Garden City of Port Harcourt. Today, 95.1 FM. Nothing but the best. Nothing but the best.
I am a proud Nigerian. I have been placed here by God for a time such as this.
The degradation, challenges, and problems faced by Nigeria are the perfect backdrop for me to develop and utilize my God-given potential.
I will not complain. I will not criticize. Rather, I will use my skills, gifts, relationships,
and experience to find long-lasting and revolutionary solutions to the many challenges confronting Nigeria.
Nigeria will rise again.
Because I am here, I will leave this nation
a better place than I met it. I will work to make Nigeria a praise on the earth.
I will work to make Nigeria a praise on the earth. So help me God.
Let me tell you how I got this far.
This message is brought to you by Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People.
Cultism is a monster whose ravaging effects have left tales of woes such as loss of lives, kidnapping, drug abuse, threats, destruction of properties, blackmail, rape, and many other ills in society. In our society today, poor parental training, peer pressure, poverty, quest for power and social identity are the leading factors that contributes to youths indulging in this act. Again, peace can be restored to our society only and only if we attach value to human lives. And this would bring about rapid development to our community. Say no to cultism. This message is brought to you by Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People.
Corruption is a dishonest action that destroys people's trust. Corruption takes many forms and can be interpreted by many people in many ways. It is hard to enter into any sector in Nigeria without observing one corrupt practice or the other. The faces of corruption ranges from political, universities and college, bank sector, the civil service, even the religious bodies. In Nigeria, factors like greed, poor youth empowerment, poverty, unemployment, etc. are said to be responsible for corruption. However, no reason is good enough to be corrupt, because corruption is capable of crippling our economy, raise poverty level, bring about national crisis, as well as poor national development. Stop the embezzlement and misappropriation of public or government funds, bribery, malpractice, man no man, and treat all citizens equally today. A corrupt-free nation is possible. This message is powered by your premium talk radio Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Every day, we hear reports about counterfeit products, stories of fake drugs, foods, expired goods and other consumables being manufactured, imported and sold to unsuspecting members of the public. Findings reveal that Africa records at least 100,000 deaths from fake drugs-related ailments yearly. These fake and substandard products, particularly drugs, have been considered a global threat to human lives. And despite efforts by authorized agencies in Nigeria to combat the menace, the Nigerian market remains flooded with different unwholesome products. This is a plea to all those who manufacture and sell these goods to desist. Stop this menace of counterfeit products. Let's place value on human lives. And should you have purchased a counterfeit product or unsatisfied with the product, please contact SON or Consumer Protection Agency. This message is powered by Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Fire incidents have become a regular occurrence, with thousands of lives and millions of properties lost every year in this country. Hardly a day passes without news of a fire outbreak in some part of the country, causing fear and panic among the people. Needless to say, we need to remind ourselves of the possibility of an outbreak at any time. This is what is likely to prevent us from being taken by surprise. Always put off appliances when not in use. Do not overload electrical sockets. Fuel your generator before, not when in use. Avoid fixing electrical faults personally when you apparently do not have the skill. Keep the candle on a candle stand.
It takes only a minute for a fire to get out of hand. In case of a fire outbreak, please call the fire service hotline 070-315-221-99. This message is brought to you by your premium talk radio station, Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
Beautiful Tuesday morning to you. Welcome to today's quest on Today 95.1 FM. This is the second day in the month of May 2023. For the workers, you rested yesterday. You were celebrated yesterday, even though you had your grievances. You have your grievances with the government, how, your welfare is not being taken seriously in the country. You complain of salaries, that are not growing, but prices of goods and services are soaring every day, but the salary, it's been there. Minimum wage, 30,000 naira, it's been an issue. Some governors would say, well, we don't have money. And so it's been a back and forth and all of those. But yesterday was May 1. It was a public holiday. I hope that I wanted to say, I hope that you enjoyed your holiday. Well, for some of you, yeah, you did. But for others, you spent the entire day lamenting, of all the issues that you're going through, all the issues the government is putting you through. And, it's needed. It's necessary that you put your grievances out there for the government to know. They know the issues that you're faced with in the country. But I really do not know why nothing is being done about it, even though they'll tell you, well, we're doing something. We're working on something. We are working on something. We're on top of the matter. Well, you know that phrase. You do know it. But today is the first work day of the week. So welcome back. I was here yesterday. I was working yesterday. So safe to say I can welcome you back to work. Okay? So go there to your different offices, and regardless of all the situation, all the circumstances, giving your best, putting your best, okay? I mean, the government knows that you're doing something. You are, I mean, what do they call the civil servants now? Engine room. Yes, you are. Okay, so play your part. Let the engine room do the working towards nation building. Play your part, okay? Don't get nonchalant about your work because of the circumstances surrounding your welfare. Just try your best, and we hope that in the coming years and with the incoming administration, we hope that things are going to get better. We just hope so. For those of you who, like to pray, please add prayers to your hope and believes that the next administration is going to treat the workers fairly. We just hope and pray so. All right. In the meantime, welcome to the newspaper review segment of today's question, Today 95.1 FM. The papers are up on Facebook, so you head over there, drop your comment in due course. I would go there and take your comments, okay? Facebook, Today 95.1 FM. And do also reference the headline that you are reacting to. It makes it easy for us to, be on the same level of communication. All right? And makes it easy for me to read, So just go there, Today 95.1 FM on Facebook. Drop a comment on Facebook. All right? And for SMS in due course, open up the lines. Okay, I think I should just give it already so you can send your messages. But sometimes, even when I'm gone, like I'm done with the show, I see messages coming in at that time. So you probably should send in your messages early, because I'll read out the headlines and you can begin to send in your messages there. WhatsApp, text messages, you should forward them to 0701-933-9962. Okay, I just remembered that someone sent me a message to reel out the numbers slowly. So I'm going to do just that. 0701-933-9962. That's for messages. You can start sending your messages when I reel out the headlines, okay? But for the call lines, we'll do that much later. Okay, so let's begin the review this morning. We've got the Vanguard up there. We have the Guardian newspaper. There is the Punch newspaper, and of course This Day newspaper. So I'm going to go over the headlines and get into details of some of them, okay? Beginning with this one, Vanguard newspaper. May Day, halt last-minute looting, Labour tells Buhari. May Day, halt last-minute looting, Labour tells Buhari. Okay. Last-minute looting. It's all right. Still on the Vanguard newspaper, proposed Niger Delta rail network. We'll get into detail of that story and know how this is going to work and how it's going to be beneficial for the region. That is the Niger Delta region. Still staying with the Vanguard newspaper. Autumn to NAS, be on alert, reject Buhari's grazing reserve bill, it's anti-people. Oh, we're back here again. Autumn to NAS, be on alert, reject Buhari's grazing reserve bill, it's anti-people. Umahi approves 10,000 exit package for Ebonyi workers. Oh well. Umahi approves 10,000 exit package for Ebonyi workers. That you also find on the Vanguard newspaper. 10th Senate, Akpabio informs Buhari of intent to be Senate President. This is getting interesting. 10th Senate, Akpabio informs Buhari of intent to be Senate President. Egypt opens border for Nigerian students fleeing Sudan, says federal government. Egypt opens border for Nigerian students fleeing Sudan, says federal government. And let's move over to the Guardian newspaper. Workers demand better pay amid subsidy debt concerns. Workers demand better pay amid subsidy debt concerns. I mean, it's never bad or, evil to ask for more. Oliver Twist. NAFDAC begins probe on safety of Indomie noodles today, says DG. NAFDAC begins probe on safety of Indomie noodles today, says DG. Right. Still on the Guardian newspaper. Workers' salaries becoming meaningless, says NLC. Workers' salaries becoming meaningless, says NLC. Why National Assembly must discard Grazing Reserve Bill by autumn. Why National Assembly must discard Grazing Reserve Bill by autumn. Egypt opens border to Nigerians fleeing Sudan. Egypt opens border to Nigerians fleeing Sudan. Akpabio visits Buhari, promises to team with new government on reforms. Akpabio visits Buhari, promises to team with new government on reforms. And now to the Punch newspaper. Tinubu promises tough decisions. NLC demands new retirement age. Tinubu promises tough decisions. NLC demands new retirement age. Sudan, Egypt opens border for stranded Nigerians. Oh, so this headline seems to be on the dailies. No, almost all the dailies. Please, DSS, INEC, joint panel invites suspended Adamawa REC. Please, DSS, INEC, joint panel invites suspended Adamawa REC. May Day, Benue workers decry non-payment of salaries, pension. May Day, Benue workers decry non-payment of salaries, pension. There seems to be a whole lot going on in Benue State. And on to this day newspaper. Buhari charges successor to respect workers' rights. Buhari charges successor to respect workers' rights. Okay. It's all right. Obaseki, FG, may be unable to pay salaries beyond June without removing fuel subsidy. Massive printing of money. Now that's scary. Obaseki FG may be unable to pay salaries beyond June without removing fuel subsidy. Massive printing of money. And finally, okay, not finally, there's two more. I've created 65,000 jobs in Ebonyi, says Umahi. I've created 65,000 jobs in Ebonyi, says Umahi. Okay. And another headline on the Vanguard newspaper. That apology from the president. Okay. We'll take a look at that. There are too many questions in that particular piece, so probably use it for opinion poll. So ask the questions and find or look for answers, to those questions. All right. So those are the headlines. Like I mentioned earlier, you can head over to Facebook, drop your comment there. Today95.1 FM on Facebook. Go there. The post is up. Papers are up. Do well to reference the particular headline that you want to react to, and then go on and drop your comment. Thank you very much. All right, so let's get into detail of this one. The very first headline here from the Vanguard newspaper. May Day, halts last-minute looting. Labour tells Buhari. Organized Labour yesterday raised the alarm over what it described as last-minute looting of the treasury of outgoing governors, ministers and other political office holders, and called on President Muhammadu Buhari to do everything possible to stop them. Leaders of the Nigeria Labour Congress, NLC, and Trade Union Congress of Nigeria, TUC, counterparts raised the alarm in a joint address delivered at the National Workers' Day celebration held at the Eagle Square, Abuja. The two labour centres also sounded a note of warning to the incoming government that they would resist any hike in the pump price of petrol in the name of subsidy removal or any other issue. Any other guise, rather. They spoke as President-elect Asiwaju Bola Tinubu vowed to give more than a minimum wage to Nigerian workers, promising instead to give them a living wage. Okay, it's been a while I heard this word, living wage. Meanwhile, President Muhammadu Buhari has urged Tinubu to continue to respect workers' rights as the Nigerian Bar Association, NBA, called on incoming administrations at all levels to initiate, reinvigorate and focus on policies that promote inclusiveness, protect small and medium-sized enterprises, grow the middle class and prioritize infrastructural development. Also, the Christian Association of Nigeria, CAN, urged the government and employers to prioritize the welfare of workers in the country, with the main opposition People's Democratic Party, PDP, urging workers to reinforce their resistance against anti-democratic forces seeking to take control of Nigeria. Last-minute treasury looting. In the May Day speech titled Workers' Rights and Socio-Economic Justice, jointly read by NLC President Joe Ajaro and President of TUC, Festus Osifo, organized labor called for the investigation of the 12 billion naira spent by the Aviation Ministry to buy 10 fire trucks. NLC and TUC equally urged the federal government not to heed the International Monetary Fund, IMF's advice on tax increase and all its economic advice, as they are poisonous to our nation's economic health. Charter of demands. Among other demands, NLC and TUC asked that the privatization of the electricity sector be reviewed in favor of Nigerians, and the judiciary should purge itself and redeem our democracy by its handling of the various election petitions before it. The outgoing president must take steps to ensure that those in his administration planning last-minute heist on the nation's treasury are stopped. According to them, the nation's economy is on autopilot, struggling on its own to survive, while those entrusted to manage it kept throwing fifth and injecting toxins into it. They lamented that the nation had gone deeper into a serious debt trap, saying, and I quote, "Our debt profile as a nation must worry every patriot, and it worries us not just as workers but also as citizens of Nigeria. We have warned repeatedly of the dangers of excessive borrowing, of foreign exchange, dominated loans, and alerted the nation of the inherent danger, urging the nation's economic managers to desist, but all of these fell on deaf ears, with some very unfortunate attempts at justification. This prodigious borrowing has almost left our nation's economy stranded and fiscally insufficient. It is projected by the Debt Management Office, DMO, that by this month, our total debt will be about 77 trillion naira, meaning that by the time this administration exits on the 29th, each Nigerian will be owing about 384,860 naira only. Okay, they've done the calculations already, so you know how much you're owing at the moment. Today, I'm still quoting, today our external debt profile stands at around $42 billion and is increasing, and the debt to GDP ratio is about 39%. Then the most worrying is our debt service as of 2022 to revenue stands at 81%, but this year's budget shows that it is at 123%, meaning that we will be unable to service our debts without borrowing. That is, for every 100 naira we earn as income, we need to borrow an additional 23 naira from somewhere just to pay interest on our debts. Okay. This is quite a very, very long read, because, I mean, if we would take a time to read to the end, maybe you'll get to the top of the next hour. All right. So bottom line is, they are calling, the Organized Labor, NLC, TUC, calling on the government, the president to, I don't know how he wants to do that, but he's calling on them to halt the last-minute looting by governors, ministers, and everyone who is in the, corridors of power and who might be in one way or the other planning or even already, as we are speaking, looting in some office or the other. And I'm wondering how this is going to happen. This is May 2nd, and we're waiting for May 29. So I don't know if all of the lootings have been going on, and sometimes some people have complained that not a lot has been done, to get looters, these looters, aside the ones that, the foreigners have helped us to, get a hold of. But how is the president going to halt this particular last-minute looting is what I'm thinking about. Emmanuel Unduke, good morning.
Good morning, Faustina. Good morning, Nigeria. Well, I certainly believe that if the president does not allow lootings to continue or to be widespread in his country, in a country that he superintends, then it won't happen. It can only be at the level of pilfering. Yeah, people indeed must steal these small pieces, but not looting the way they are doing it in this Nigeria. But it baffles me so much when I hear looters, governors, ministers.
Yes.
What about presidents? Why is it? It seems Nigerians have perhaps warped respect for their presidents, because no president is always looked upon as somebody who can be corrupt and who must have been looting. The governors, if they are looting truly as alleged, do they loot that by getting into the treasury and then taking the money themselves? They go through officials of government. So I would have been best at heart, it would have been best at heart for me to hear government officials, which include from president to the last.
Okay.
But when you say governors, ministers, and perhaps others, excluding the president, it baffles me. Because he is the head of government. And whatever that is rotten found in that government starts from him. He may, like you were asking, he's not everywhere now. We know that. But, of course, his lieutenants could be everywhere. For instance, if he unleashes EFCC on every state to look into their books, except otherwise where you hear perpetual injunction. And that will be very difficult, if not vacated. And I don't know, I don't know what lawyers are waiting for in Rivers State to have vacated that perpetual injunction. Sometimes I begin to wonder what is going on in this country. It's just like this thing they have in law they call plea bargain. I can't understand it. But I am not in that department, so I can't say much about that. Because when you are telling me, please, come and let us negotiate. Okay, I took 1 billion. Now what I have is 200,000.
Really?
Okay, bring that. I mean, are you not indeed prompting and, of course, ensuring that looting goes on? In the end, you will come and be begged, as it were. Bring the little ones you have. So all those things, well, the labor union, well, they've done what they can by saying, stop looters. But what I'm saying is that it should have been of government officials. We start from the president. Mr. President himself is a government official.
Absolutely.
To whoever is the last, if they have such. But when you do anything, you are saying you exclude one person. I do not agree. Let them do, because see, Faustina, if you see what goes on, for instance, like on the 28th, maybe 27, 28, 26, 27, 28, 29 is apart. They are going.
Yes.
That day, in fact, if you go to any government house, if you have the privilege to find yourself in government house, your palm will be very cold with something.
Okay.
So, indeed, if they are looting, let them not loot so that people become dry, or government agencies and everything about government become dry in the next administration.
All right, thank you very much. We also have in the studio joining us Arochukwu Paul Ogboma Esquire.
Ogbonna.
Okay, sorry about that. Apologies. Arochukwu Paul Ogbonna, Esquire, National Coordinator, Girl Rights Council. You're welcome, sir. Good morning.
Thank you, Fosana.
Okay.
Thank you, Nigerians.
All right. Halt last-minute looting. Labour tells federal government. Now, how is the president... Labour tells President Buhari, how is he going to do that? Last-minute looting. How is he going to halt it? I mean, if it's been going on over the years, for the past 8 years, how is he going to, halt it at the last minute?
Well, it's unfortunate that a government that came to power with the slogan of fighting corruption, eliminating corruption, and ensuring that government business and processes are conducted outside the influence of corruption, that as at the time that government is leaving power, the organized labor is shouting to stop last-minute looting, giving the impression that looting has been going on over the years. That speaks it all about the character, the performance, and the personality of such a government. Now, and it goes again to establish that the political economy of Nigeria is predicated on corruption. And in fact, that we have agreed, or it is already settled, that corruption has come to stay with us. That we are not trying to say, put looters in prison or execute looters. We are saying, just stop them. The language marks of an agreement that corruption has become part and parcel of our existence. It has become. It's a matter of still small. We learned of a particular president in Africa that told his countrymen to steal small. It was not the countrymen shouldn't steal, but steal small. That is exactly where we are now. I doubt how the president will stop the looting, because if the president never stopped the looting for 8 years, then the last minute on how is it supposed to halt it? After all, the president himself is preparing to go. The ministers are preparing to go. Every other person is preparing to go. They are on the speed lane now. So how will you stop what you didn't stop for 8 years? How do you hope to stop it in a matter of weeks before leaving office? It's a very unfortunate situation we have found ourselves. The truth of the matter is that concerted and conscious effort should be made for us to eliminate corruption in our system, and in a worst case scenario, let's beat down the rate or the pace of corruption. But as far as we accept it as a way of life and as a standard of existence, then we should not expect to grow beyond where we are currently.
Okay, Emmanuel, before I move on to the next story, because you talked about government officials, and, there have been this saying, or there's been this perception that, some civil servants connive. I mean, these officials will not be able to, do these lootings without the help of some civil servants. So are we, by this call, is the labor absolving some, top officials in the civil service of, the last-minute looting that is about to go on?
No, they are not. You see, but the time they are making the call is late. I tell you, because if they've been looting, they would have looted enough that even if it was possible, even if it were possible to stop them, the looted items or money and all that would have been enough for them. But let me tell you, that's why I mentioned that the governor cannot walk into the state treasury and then pack money by himself. No. They must go through the officials who are civil servants. They make it possible. Even if the president is also of that like mind, he wants to loot, he will also loot that through the civil service officials at the hierarchy. That is the way it is. But for me, choosing government officials is the call of labor. I see it as something that embodies every official of government. Remember that these officials are also doing it with some promptings from outsiders who are not particularly in government establishments. But it is the rat inside the house that will tell the one outside that, come, there's an order, something that looks like a fish. Come and join us for this feast inside here. So whatever be the case, is government officials that will indeed be behind any looting, if any is happening in this country.
All right, let's move on to another story right here. It is the proposed Niger Delta Rail Network. The proposed Niger Delta Rail Network. And the Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, appears to be putting the scandals, shame and turpitude of the past 8 years behind, moving towards a new future of strategic visioning. The signing of a Memorandum of Understanding MOU worth $15 billion between the Commission and Atlantic Global Resources of Atlanta, Georgia, USA, reportedly an international infrastructure financing firm in Lagos last week, raised the hope that better days may be well ahead. The MOU is for the construction of a railway line network that will cover all the 9 states of the Niger Delta: Abia, Akwa Ibom, Bayelsa, Cross River, Delta, Edo, Imo, Ondo, and River states. Definitely the implementation of such an ambitious project will bring much economic development and social integration, for which railways are famous all over the world. It will attract a lot of investment and reduce youth unemployment and restiveness in the nation's oil-producing region. The completion of the project will have a liberating effect on the region because it will no longer be just a place to exploit and abandon. We hope this deal will not end up like the much vaunted East-West Lagos to Calabar railway network touted under the Muhammadu Buhari regime, which never went beyond the verbal announcement. All we saw was the completion of the Abuja-Kaduna rail. The continuation of the Lagos to Kano rail line started by the Olusegun Obasanjo government, and the illegal construction of the rail line from Kano through Daura to Maradi in Niger Republic with borrowed funds to be repaid by Nigerians. However, for this project to succeed, there must be attitudinal change by the elite, politicians, traditional rulers and youths of the region towards the need to develop the area. Too much selfishness, greed, violence, criminality and non-conformity are responsible for the over 13,000 projects abandoned in the region. According to the former minister of the Niger Delta Affairs, Senator Godswill Akpabio, communities throughout the right-of-way of the rail network must commit fully to co-ownership of this project and guarantee safety of the contractors and their workforce. Not only that, they must also play their role in securing the tracks and stations. They must end their unwholesome practice of holding contractors to ransom and extorting money from them, sometimes at gunpoint. Unless they stop, the Niger Delta will never be able to develop. It is unfortunate that the federal government spent the last 8 years chasing shadows in the Niger Delta. Had this idea come at the beginning of the regime in 2015, we would be talking about finishing touches and full commencement of service. With this initiative coming less than a month to the end of this government, we hope the next administration will accord it the needed priority. This is a welcome idea. Okay, Emmanuel, a lot of things have been said. You know, they took a look at precedents of, projects like this and how it was just at the announcement stage that it died. And all the benefits, and make mention of all the benefits that this is going to accrue to the region. Once again, I'm also asking, this is May 2nd. And May 29 is going to be the end of this administration. And so projects coming at this time, it's a bit dicey. What if the next administration comes and be like, okay, no, this is not our priority, we don't want to fix this. And will this see the light of day? And what would this mean for the people of the Niger Delta?
Well, the answer is very clear. It won't see the light of the next administration said it won't happen. And of course, this was not just stated today. Whether it's last week or a week before, this particular idea came out.
Right.
That there will be railway crisscrossing the 9 Niger Delta states. For Sina,
yes.
In this nation we've been living, and then we found out that there's a pattern. And I believe in the philosophy that any human that is healthy and has also, in addition to all the health, his well-being, a healthy tongue can talk and make promises. And that also works in government. You know, Niger Delta states will have railway. You know, a lot of contracts are abandoned by NDDC.
I think they mentioned about 13,000.
Thank you very much.
This piece.
And who says that this railway cannot just start and then end? You see, that is when it comes to this kind of promise, I will always tell you, well, I've heard it because I'm not deaf. If not, if there were any way I could pretend not to hear it, I would have done so. If there were anything I could just touch in my body to switch off that particular system, that I won't hear this, I would say they've come again, I'll block my ears. But it can't happen so long as I'm a normal human. And so they've made a promise until I see it before I comment on it further, because it's been galore, every contract, a lot of them. In fact, the one they've executed, I'm not sure it amounts to the one they've abandoned. So how do I believe that they will do this? However, should it be something they will do, I'm sure it's going to bring up the economy. It's going to make the economy of Niger Delta State booming. It will be nice, but the question of whether they will have the resources to execute such project should be there. Remember, it's a federal project, railway. They went as far as borrowing, I'm sure it must be in billions now, from China and all the rest of them, to build the ones they built, for most of them going to the north. You know, this country has a problem of a lack of equity. You are railway, everyone routed to the north, everywhere routed to the, and then you keep on delivering. They will not think that for balance, for equity, let us deliver this one to the north and deliver this one to the south.
So don't you think this will be a reason for them to, see this one to a conclusion? This
is Niger Delta organization, or an organization established for the Niger Delta because of their oil-rich nature. Think about the Northeast. Because of the war, insurgency, they established Northeast Development Commission. Is it not going there? And right now, even in places where there are no oil, they are on frontier discovery of oils, they will tell us that yes, they've discovered this. I heard the one, is it in Bauchi or whichever area, that was greeted with fanfare and all that. Nothing is going on there. So, what is going on in this country? As for the one that will include us here, that is the NDDC. For Sina, I won't say much, because remember that money that NDDC has as budget is a little one that federal government decides to agree to give them. And will it be enough? I don't know. But will they execute this? Until I see.
All right. Arochukwu, let's hear you.
Well, the truth of the matter is that we make noise in Africa. We make noise over very little issues. Very little, non-serious issues. Because we're not just a serious set of people, and we have decided not to take ourselves seriously. I stand to be corrected, between 1914 and 1919, Lugal took the railway from Enugu to Port Harcourt. I'm talking of passing through jungles, hills, mountains, hostile territories, and he brought the railway to Port Harcourt. He had to recruit labor along the communities by force of arms, compel them to work, and got the railway to the sea. Because Europeans needed goods to arrive at the sea for onward export to Europe. Railway, we talk about railway. These are very simple issues. I went to see what the Chinese are doing, and I wonder what they are doing in this country. What is a railway? It's to put an iron, a rail, on the surface of the earth. You make ridges and place the rail on top of the ridges. Then you get wagons, rail wagons, to move on top of them. That is the railway. You administer it. We have engineers in this country. If we cannot mix the iron to get all the rail, we can buy from Europe. Call our engineers from Uniport, UST, UNN, all the engineers into civil construction. They will go to the forest. Look and cut down woods from this country and use them to make the ridges. Look at the knots and tighten it, and the rails move on it. In fact, you don't even need to be an engineer. An engineer is just required for that job for expertise. If not, they merely draw that thing on paper. You know where to put the ridges, and then the rail is on top of it. What again is the railway? What is complex and difficult about it? When we talk about building rail in the Niger Delta, who does not know that as of today, the whole of the Niger Delta ought and should be connected with a rail line, an air transport system, a water transport system. That they can take a boat from Port Harcourt to arrive at Akwa Ibom, from Port Harcourt to Lagos, from Lagos to Ondo. The waterways is there. Why don't we have an effective water transport system? Unfortunately for us, the waterways are more unsafe than the land. Much more unsafe than the land. The whole of the Gulf of Guinea has been taken over by pirates and criminals from Nigeria and other neighboring countries, making it very unsafe for the ships for movement along that territory. So, let us not celebrate. Let's not talk like they say a man is building airports, and we sing it. What is airport? To make a concrete pavement where a plane lands and takes off. That is what is called airport. It's not even like the sophisticated airports you have in Europe and North America. What we have here is like what you have at Omagwa. It's nothing but a concrete pavement where an aircraft will land and the aircraft will take off from it. It is just a tarred road with chippings and cement. It's not complex. A blind man can do it. I can do it. Just cement a place. Direct the plane through. In Biafra, we were told that they had airports now. Where did Ojukwu construct the airport? Of course. And they said it was the biggest airport in the whole world. A civil war. An army colonel of 33 years. And a few of his soldiers. And other civilians. They cleared the bush. I don't even know whether they pay cement on top of their own. And the plane were landing. And there was somebody climbed a tree and was talking to... In fact, the plane were being controlled and directed from on top of Iroko trees and palm trees. And the plane landed and took off safely. And they carried out their war campaign like that at the end of the war. So when we talk about airports, these things are not complex or difficult to in fact, to connect the entire Niger. As I'm seated here, my eyes has gone around the whole of the Niger Delta. I can see every part of River State sitting on this studio. It's not. These are not large territories. It's not large. Somebody will tell you that the state of New York in the U.S. is as big as the Niger Delta. One state. So to get them connected through rail it is something we can start on Monday and complete in the next 14 days. And trains will move. European built hospitals here on mud houses. Women delivered there, they carried out surgery there before even they started making serious structures. These are things we can do. Now you come and you see, one thing we do in this part of the world is that we want to do a thing. 50 billion. The sound of the money goes ahead of the project. And these things waste time. Bring part of the monthly allocation you are giving, bring part of the monthly, all of them will join their monthly. They mobilize labor. The boys are on the streets. I don't know what the Chinese are doing, opening grounds everywhere, pretending to be busy. These are what you call Nigerian boys. They'll use shovel and hoe, open up the ground, you put rail, and train move the following day. In fact, we can connect every part of this country with the railway system in 1 year. Luga did it, tearing down jungles. Imagine coming from all the way from Enugu. Look at the hills of Enugu. Look at the lowlands of the territories of Umuahia and the wetlands of Port Harcourt. Then he was passed as at 1940, was passing through territory where there are cannibals, where there are headhunters, where there are all manner of characters, African hostile tribes. He overran all of them and brought the railway to the sea. And accomplished the project. In fact, he was to direct it to Calabar. He found out it will be more, the territory is more hostile and the hills will give him a lot of trouble. Somebody advised him to come here, there is a low land here, and he directed this here. In 4 years. 4 years. And the plane and the trains were following him behind. As soon as he arrived at Port Harcourt, the planes were pushing raw materials all the way from across the country and they were being evacuated to Europe. So I get seriously irritated when we want to build a house, when we want to build, these are houses, different kinds of houses. When we want to build a bridge, we make noise about it. We want to build what we call flyover, we make noise about it. It's a matter of carrying sand and cement, putting them together with concrete. You pour it on the plate and you put an iron beam on top of it. You cross it and everybody passes on top. These are not complex issues of development. These are not complex issues of human political administration and control. They are not. So if they want to do railway across the Niger Delta, we should have done railway across the states and cities of the Niger Delta like 50 years behind. Like 50 years behind. So we shouldn't celebrate it.
Right.
It should be executed today, tomorrow.
Okay. It sounds very easy. I hope the NDDC is listening. They'll probably come to you for consultation.
We make trouble out of nothing.
All right. We also have joining us in the studio Desmond Mbete, Professor of Philosophy, Uniport. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you. Good morning.
Okay. So let's talk about this railway that wants to connect the Niger Delta states. So much noise it's been made about it, and people have, looked at the antecedents of the Niger Delta Development Commission in executing projects and then abandoning them. And then they've come now, they want to connect the entire Niger Delta state with the railway. I mean, how visible is this?
Well, having listened to Ima and my friend I just spoke before you introduced me, I don't have much else again to say. But I will start by adding that I don't know much about the antecedents of the current management of the NDDC.
Okay.
And so I won't jump to accuse them of having the intention to loot. But given the fact that NDDC as a commission has a history of starting projects and scarcely completing them. And also, I would say NDDC can be accused of always embarking on flamboyant projects. They do both small and gigantic projects.
Right.
Or they attempt to do, rather, a few of which they have completed. But giving this as a history first of NDDC, one may be tempted to query the intention of wanting to embark on such a project at this time.
Okay.
Their intentions may be good, but we know and we understand that development is a complex activity. So you don't just start with something and you say you want to develop the rail sector. It doesn't work that way. Infrastructures or basic infrastructure of any society, any nation, are geared towards the attainment of higher goals. So nobody, no country, no society, no community will just think of building railways. It is basically for transportation. And we also do understand that different modes of transportation are best suited for, or different means of transportation are best suited for different purposes. There are things that will require more suitably water transportation. There are things that will require more suitably railway transportation. Railway transportation, the first and major area that it will benefit is an economy that is into production.
Okay.
So you look at the kind of things that are going to be transported via the railway. Things that are so heavy that if you transport them on our roads, it will shorten the lifespan of our roads. You divert them to the rails. So what plan are they making or has been made? What plans have been made rather to boost the productive economy within the Niger Delta? That's one area I feel that something is missing. The other area I also feel that something is missing in the takeoff of in the consideration of the railway is that the NDDC is supposed to be an intervention agency or commission. Based on the fact that something is being taken from this areas, all the communities that make up the NDDC, let's just say crude is taken from them. It's not just that crude. As crude is taken from them, some devastation is done to their ecology, their environment. And so it is supposed to be one way of remedying what they suffer as a result of what is supposed to be a blessing to them. Academics will talk about what they call the resource cost. And one can't agree any less with it, especially in this part of, in third world countries. So the railway, in my opinion, is not the most appropriate solution to what the area needs at the moment. Yes, there will come a time that we will need railway so badly in the Niger Delta. I'm not saying we don't need it now, but it should be something that is supposed to fit into a complex development plan to say, as we plan to embark on this, this is what the railway is going to serve. I have not seen that in the entire plan. So asking about, as you did ask, whether it's not going to be abandoned, whether it's going to see the light of the day or so, in my own opinion, it could see the light of day. It could, but Nigeria is such an unpredictable place. But even if it does see, it is not, in my opinion, what should be most paramount for now, because people have to be alive to travel.
True.
And so what is done about boosting the livelihood of these people? As crude is taken from them, their farmlands are being devastated. So even the people that are going to farm, their crops will not yield as much as it is supposed to yield. So what kind of intervention is NDDC making in improving on the livelihood of the people that live in that area so that they can make maximum use of the railway when it does come? These are some of my worries and my concerns about such projects.
But quickly before I move on, when this issue came up, I overheard a conversation, someone saying, this might be as a result of, the concentration of railway in the north. Maybe that's the reason, the NDDC would want to say, oh yeah, since, the railways in the north, they're working at the moment, let's have some in this region as well. You think this is the reason as well?
That would be the most fallacious argument anybody can put up. Because the railways in the north were federal government projects.
Okay.
And so what, if you want to say railway should also be in this part of the country, which I will support, it should be for us pushing that some chunk of the national funds be also used to set up the railways in the Niger Delta as it is done in the north. Not something that was supposed to augment the livelihood and mode of an area. It doesn't fit in at all.
Okay. All right. I'll go for a news break now. When we come back, the program continues. This is today's quest on Today 95.1 FM. Stick around.
This is Today 95.1 FM. To copy this tune, press 9.
This is Today 95.1 FM.
For current news and information, press 5.
They are politicians, all of them. They know what they do.
So they know how they attack each other.
To stay connected all day, press 1.
The person who raised the alarm is the one who made the public know about
Good afternoon and welcome to the World News on your premium talk radio station.
We are your premium talk radio station. Today 95.1 FM. The station with a unique dial.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt. News update.
Hello and good morning. Here's the news update on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. I am Faustina Oputu. The presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, has denied referring to the just concluded presidential election as a religious war. In a recent interview with Arise TV, the former Anambra State governor denied calling the presidential election a religious war. He maintained that the clip was the handiwork of manipulators. He said he is not an ethnic or religious bigot, stressing that he sponsors many Muslim residents in Onitsha on pilgrimages to Mecca. The Benue State Nigeria Labour Congress chairman, Terungwa Igbe, has asked the state government to settle all unpaid salaries, arrears and pensions of workers. Igbe, who decried the plight of workers in the state, made the call at the State Secretariat Otubo Road instead of IBB Square, the usual venue where workers celebrate May Day. He said the workers opted for a low-key commemoration of the event due to huge salary arrears being owed by the state government. The NLC boss also demanded the harmonization of all workers' retirement age from 35 years of service to 40 years, an attainment of 65 years of retirement age instead of the present 60 years. The president-elect Bola Tinubu has promised to take tough and hard decisions to reposition the country for the benefit of the citizens and workers. He solicited the people's cooperation and support for his incoming administration in fighting poverty, disunity and ethnic and religious hate, which he described as common enemies. He said these in a statement to commemorate the 2023 Workers' Day yesterday, just as the Nigeria Labour Congress demanded that the retirement age for civil servants should be raised to 65 years and the length of service to 40 years. And on the foreign scene, the World Food Programme said that it has resumed its operations in Sudan as the fighting in the country threatens millions with hunger. In a statement yesterday, the UN agency said distribution of food is expected to commence in the states of Gedaref, Gezira, Kassala and White Nile in the coming days. The agency noted that over 15 million people were already facing severe food insecurity in Sudan before the outbreak of conflict, and these numbers are expected to increase significantly as the fighting continues. And that was the news update on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. Good morning. Thanks for listening. I'm Faustina Oputu.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Did you also sing? Don't worry,
We're passionate about it.
We love talking.
We are
your number one talk radio station. 95.1 FM.
Every day, we hear reports about counterfeit products, stories of fake drugs, foods, expired goods and other consumables being manufactured, imported and sold to unsuspecting members of the public. Findings reveal that Africa records at least 100,000 deaths from fake drugs-related ailments yearly. These fake and substandard products, particularly drugs, have been considered a global threat to human lives. And despite efforts by authorized agencies in Nigeria to combat the menace, the Nigerian market remains flooded with different unwholesome products. This is a plea to all those who manufacture and sell these goods to desist. Stop this menace of counterfeit products. Let's place value on human lives. And should you have purchased a counterfeit product or unsatisfied with the product, please contact SON or Consumer Protection Agency. This message is powered by Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
This is Today 95.1 FM. To copy this tune, press 9.
This is Today 95.1 FM.
For current news and information, press 5.
They are politicians, all of them. They know what they do.
So they know how they attack each other.
And
to stay connected all day, press 1.
The person who raised the alarm is the one who made the public know about
Good afternoon and welcome to the World News on your Premium Talk Radio station.
We are your Premium Talk Radio station. Today 95.1 FM, the station with a unique dial.
right, 6 minutes past 9 a.m. You're still tuned to Today 95.1 FM. I've got a guest in the studio looking like he has, all the billions in the world. Good morning.
Oh, good morning. Good morning. I'm good to be here this morning.
Okay, so tell us your name and your presenter.
Okay, my name is Prince Oke Samuel. I'm representing Shobu Forest Academy. By the special grace of God, I'm the one that is pioneering Shobu Forest Academy. And we are here to discuss the business as usual, what we do. All right.
Okay, so I saw Hantech Market and you're saying Shobu. So what's the relationship between, Shobu Forest Academy and Hantech Market?
Okay. Number one, we are to talk about Forex, which is the exchange of foreign currencies, individuals' economy, you understand?
Right.
And when we're talking about Forex, we are talking about which is the biggest marketplace in the world, the whole global world. Okay. They are really engaging in it, and the Forex market is offering endless trading opportunities, and it's just simply buying and selling or exchange of different currencies across the globe. And as you see, the Forex market, which is happen to be the largest liquid market in the world. And how will you engage in it? You cannot just go straight directly into Forex market without going through a particular brokerage firm.
Okay.
Here comes Hantech.
Oh, okay, that's a relationship.
The Hantech, we are partners to Hantech.
All right.
And we don't just pass on any brokerage firm just like that. We look at a competent one. And Hantech happen to be an international a forex broker of years of experience. We are talking about 3 years now in their existence, globally, and their presence here in Nigeria and across all the globe. And we look at their sincerity in terms of their activities. We look at where we believe that we can vouch for people that their money is safe. You understand? So with this, all that we have a better understanding about them. We've investigated about them. We've seen the integrity. We've seen the competence in them. And that is the reason why we are relating with them and we're engaged. And our relationship has been over 4 years now. Robust relationship. And we never regret anything dealing with them.
All right.
To withdraw your money, very perfect.
Okay.
Your money is safe with them. And competitively, they have a very low spread. You understand? You can contact them, you can see them physically, and we guarantee our customers that dealing with Hantech is you just go and sleep and relax. You are safe with your money.
Okay.
So that's our engagement with them.
All right, so let's narrow it down to Shobu's Forex Academy now. Tell us a bit about it and what makes it different.
Okay.
What stands it out from others?
Oh, my sister, God bless you. Shobu Forex Academy, there's so many academies, but let me talk about our own. Shobu Forest Academy has been in existence here in Port Harcourt at least 5 years now.
Okay. How about elsewhere?
Yes, we're in Ibadan.
Okay.
We're in Abuja.
Okay.
We're in Lagos. Physical, offices. You understand?
Right.
But here in Port Harcourt, we're looking at it. What can we do? In a different way to give back to the society, especially here in Port Harcourt. We have been doing it for the past 5 years. We do train. Our major objective is to train people, because this forest we are talking about, a lot of people are beginning to see it as a complex business to do. You understand? A lot of people have burned their hands. People who have been engaging in this business, they jump into it and they jump out because they don't understand the rudiment. They don't understand the real what the business stands for. You understand?
Okay.
Before you go into any business, you need to investigate the business. You need to understand, to be trained, to acquire the right skill, the right knowledge about the business. So in Shobu Forest Academy, we're in a place to train you. We train our people. What people are, being seen that is so complex, we make it so simple. You understand? Aside from training, we make you to understand that what do we even deal with when we are talking about forex. It's not only on currency. We make people to understand that in forex you can deal with commodities like gold, like diamonds, and all those things. These are things that you can deal with when we are talking about forex. Okay, there are synthetic products
like all these volatilities, stepping there and thereabout. There are so many. There are so many products that you can. It's not only exchange of currencies alone. You understand? Okay. So agricultural products, they are there. They are there. So there are so many things that are packaged in forex that people sit and see. Most people, there are categories of people that dealing in forex, but in shop forex, we will let you understand. We have nations that are dealing in forex. We have banks. There's no bank in the whole wide world. Google it. No bank in the whole wide world that doesn't deal with forex. You understand? And individual, there are individual. It depends on your capital investment. It depends on your capability in this business. So in Shobu Forex Academy, we train you, we let you understand how to navigate, how to do this business profitably, so that you will not be burning your hands, you will not be losing your hard-earned money. Okay, and not only just training you, we do mentorship. We mentor our clients. We don't leave you alone. We have a very robust program of like 3 months.
Okay.
Within the period of that 3 months, we will train you how to do this business profitably. We will train you to teach you the risk involved in this business. Not only navigating, we will let you understand the time and session to engage in this business. Every business has its own time. Every business has its own risk. In Shop Forex Academy, we guide you, all this, so that you'll be making a profit on a daily basis. In Shop Forex Academy, we have, aside from this 3 month program I'm talking about, because whether you are a beginners, maybe you don't even know anything about forex, we take you from the basic class to intermediate to advanced class. Even if you're an advanced person, people so-called a professors or whatever in this business, you are a professor, but you are still losing money. What's the essence of you doing a business? You make money today, you lose the money tomorrow. We will teach you the trick, the secret of this business, how you can be doing a consistent, profitable business in this. We will train you on that. We have a signal platform, that even you, if you even don't know anything about analysis, we have our experts in Shop Forex Academy, where we do a perfect analysis, where we send out our signals on a daily basis. Your own is just to do a copy and paste, mirroring our account. You will be seeing what you are generating on a daily basis as you are placing it on your smartphone. This smartphone you see, many people believe is just meant for making calls, and making WhatsApps and sending messages. They don't know this is making money machine. This phone, you will be seeing whatever anything you are doing, how a manner you are trading, how a manner you are analyzing your trade, and how the thing is generating a profit for you. We will be guiding you how to make use of this phone to turn it to ATM. You understand? So in Shop Forex Academy, only when you are getting our signal, you are just mirroring it on a daily basis. Just do a copy and paste. We will teach you. We will be guiding you. Okay, so these are things that we are doing in Shop Forex Academy, that when you when you subscribe to Shop Forex Academy, you will have the understanding and better knowledge about this business, and you will do it profitably.
Okay, so what are the categories of people that can come for this training?
Okay,
who can get involved?
Yes, in Nigeria, we believe by law there are categories of people we call minor. You understand? Anybody that is below 18 years, you are minor. But once you are above 18 years, you have the decisions, to take by yourself. You can take any decisions. You will know the difference between your left and right. So once you are above 18, you are good to go. You can engage in forex trading. Irrespective of whatever your activities or your profession, whether you are a legal person, you are a lawyer, you are a doctor, maybe you are an engineer, you are an administrator, whatever, it doesn't disturb you. Forex trading is another means of generating income. It's another means of generating income. It's not always good you put all your eggs in one basket. When we are talking about all these big men, we are talking about all these so-called multimillionaire, billionaire, go and investigate. You will realize that they are not particularly on just one source of income. They have channels. You understand? So if you come into forex business, it's an avenue where you can do so many things. There are so many things packaged, embedded in it in forex that you can be doing. In fact, at the comfort of your home, doing forex, you don't need office.
Okay.
You don't need any other whatever. On your bed in your house.
So you're using your phone.
Just using your phone. But understand,
how to navigate.
Okay.
Understand how to do it. That's just it. Like me, I'm a petroleum marketer. I work in the refinery, okay? And I'm still doing this business. I've been in this business since 2008. And if I tell you what this business has been generating for me, you marvel, okay? It doesn't disturb your daily activity, your 8 o'clock to 5 p.m. or something. No. Forex trading is 24/7 between Monday to Friday. And the good of it is there is another synthetic under this forex trading. Which these synthetics, these are the areas of what we call these binary, all these volatilities, stepping days, all this boom and crash. That one is traded 24/7, even both weekdays and weekend, 24/7 throughout the year. So you design your time, you schedule yourself, you program yourself. Okay, during my working hours, this is what I can do. When I'm less busy, this is what I can do. It will be generating income for you on a daily basis, aside from your so-called salary. And even when you retire, Forex is a good business that you can retire on and have a rest of mind that, okay, this business, I do it to it. No retirement age when you are doing a Forex. So it's a very good thing that you know. And I just on something that, why is it in our schools nowadays, in our school curriculum, we don't introduce a Forex. But if you go to overseas, in all these advanced countries, they have been teaching their children from age 5. From age 5. Are you getting it? Not until when you grow to the age of 30, 40, say 60, before you be knowing. Ask many people in this our continent, many people are still in ignorance of what Forex stands for. Forex is a global business, my sister. It's a global business. It's what you and I supposed to know, that you and I supposed to engage in. But don't jump into it. You need to learn it.
Okay.
You need to know it.
I mean, as beautiful as everything you've just said, sound, I'm sure there are some risks involved. What are some of the risks involved, and how, can they be prevented?
See, sleeping and waking up is risk. Is that not correct? When you sleep, you wake up. It is by the grace of God. There is no business in the world that doesn't carry its own risk. But in Shobu Forex Academy, we will guide you how to minimize that risk. In fact, how to eliminate that risk.
Okay.
How to reduce that risk. Are you getting it? There is nothing you as a human being to do without taking a risk. But when you are taking a risk, make sure the risk you are taking is a responsible one. Let your risk, let it be a calculated one. You understand? Okay. You don't say you want to take a risk and jump into ocean. Are you getting it? You don't put all your eggs in one basket. In Shobu Forex Academy, we are going to guide you how to minimize, how to eradicate this risk. And the manner you do this business profitably, that will be generating extra income for you. Shobu Forex Academy is there for you. We are going to teach you.
So how often do you do this training? Do you do them, on a daily basis? As we speak now, is it running? The training is running, or have specific times?
Yes, the training is running Monday to Saturday. Okay. The training is running Monday to Saturday. We segment it because we have categories of people that they don't know anything about Forex. Okay? We are taking them like on Tuesday. We are taking them on Tuesday. We are taking them on Thursday. And we are taking some people on Friday. But the intermediate and advanced people, the people that probably they are doing it, they are making money today, losing their money tomorrow, we place them on Monday, on Wednesday. Okay? We do the analysis and we teach them the trick, the secret about this business. Okay? And there are categories of people that they are maybe by nature of their business from Monday to Friday, they may not have that time. So we create that Saturday for them. We have that Saturday for them. We train them. And our program is 3 months. Because you need to be rooted. You need to be able to stand by on your own. You need to be able to know how to navigate to do this business profitably. If you are a Shobu Forex Academy student, you should be able to do the analysis. You should be able to be on your own independent, that doing this business in a profitable way without anybody guiding you anymore.
Now, you mentioned that you've got physical offices.
Yes.
So tell us about it. Your location, if you've got phone numbers, because I can see that you have a lot to say.
Exactly. Shobu Forex Academy, we have our office, a physical office here at number 820/21. That is Woji Estate Shopping Plaza, Woji Estate Junction, Port Harcourt. If you are conversant to that area, Woji Estate Shopping Plaza, Woji Estate
Junction, Wuji, Port Harcourt. And if you want to contact us, maybe to make any inquiry, our telephone number is 070 67 144 577. Our telephone number is 070 67 144 577. If you are an interested participant, you should just SMS your name, as in to Niger FM, right?
Today
Today FM.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, Today FM. Just SMS your name and code to TFM, or you can further make your inquiry to this number 070 67 144 577. A program is going on in Shop First Academy. The MD, the management of Shop First Academy, you have opportunity to meet him on one-on-one. Come and do your investigation. Come and make your inquiry. Come to this office. You will meet the MD one-on-one between Monday and Friday and ask any question. When you are looking for a sizzling and smart financial partner, you don't need to look further for anywhere, because in Shop First Academy, we are here to help you and to build a very good wealth and to attain financial freedom for you.
Thank you.
That's
very
what
much.
we stand for.
Thank you very much for
God
coming.
bless you.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Stick around to the dial. This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
This is Today 95.1 FM. To copy this tune, press 9.
This is Today 95.1 FM.
For current news and information, press 5.
They are politicians, all of them. They know what they do.
So they know how they attack each other.
To stay connected all day, press 1.
The person who raised the alarm is the one who made the public know about
Good afternoon and welcome to the World News on your premium talk radio station.
We are your premium talk radio station. Today 95.1 FM, the station with a unique dial.
You also say this government.
For that station, George.
Don't you worry, We're passionate about it.
We love talking.
We are.
Your number one talk radio station, 95.1 FM.
Did you know that there are over 8 million listeners connected to our frequency, covering 6 states across 2 geopolitical zones? Take advantage of our reach and advertise your products, services, events, and businesses on Today 95.1 FM. Get value for your money as millions of people get to know about your business. Give us a call now on 0818-389-2850. Again, 0818-389-2850. .1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
Minutes gone past 9 a.m. Welcome back to today's quest on Today 95.1 FM. So before we get back to some of the headlines, let me take just a few messages here. Remember that you can forward your messages to 0701-933-9962. Once again, the number for your messages to be forwarded to is 0701-933-9962. 9962. Okay, WhatsApp messages and text messages you can forward to that number. This one says Akpabio informed Buhari of his intention to be Senate President. Well, it's only Nigeria that people like Akpabio can open his mouth to say that he wants to be Nigeria's Senate President. For me, Akpabio and Orji Kalu should zero their mind of being Nigeria's Senate President to save the image of our country, Nigeria. Last-minute looting, as the Vanguard stated. This is not new in this country, but one thing that is very important is that if they like, they should not, they should loot the whole country. Oh, the whole country, you meant. Nigeria. Naked we come, naked we will go. Thanks, Faustina. Austin George texted from Rumomoy, Port Harcourt. Okay. All right, this one says, good morning, presenter. On issue of grazing reserve, please I ask, can one stop what we can't create alternative to? There is a law called anti-grazing law, which means a ban on open grazing, which is where beef are gutting and gave rise to the increase of the cost of these. Okay, beef in the market. Please, did His Excellency Samuel had a measure for better quality beef and affordable? You should let Nigerians know because we are suffering and leave the one on board. Thanks. Grants Ejoye from Oyibo, Port Harcourt. All right, thank you very much for that one. All right, so let's get back to the papers. Let's see now. All right, say on the Vanguard newspaper, Autumn to National Assembly, be on alert, reject Buhari's grazing reserve bill. It's anti-people. Governor Samuel Otom of Benue State has urged members of the National Assembly to remain vigilant and resist any last-minute attempt under whatever guise to pass the National Grazing Reserve Council bill. The governor warned that the bill seeks to deprive Nigerians of their God-given lands in favor of pastoralists across the country. In a statement issued yesterday in Makurdi by his special advisor, Media and Publicity, Tave Akase, Governor Otom said he finds it curious that since 2016, the presidency has sent the Grazing Reserves Bill to the National Assembly bearing different names, and despite the public outcry, is not giving up the idea of having the bill passed. The statement reads, and I quote, if the current administration has concentrated on tackling insecurity in the manner they have pushed for this enactment of a cattle grazing reserves law, the country would have been safer for every Nigerian. In November 2016, the Senate rejected the controversial bill seeking to establish a grazing management agency, which was to ensure the creation of cattle grazing areas across the country. In 2017, the federal government again tried to influence the passage of a bill adorning the same regalia, which was called National Grazing Routes and Reserves Bill. That bill was similarly rejected following the alarm raised by some patriotic Nigerians. The government subsequently introduced the National Water Resources Bill, which also came with a singular objective of bringing all water sources, surface and underground, and riverbanks under the control of the federal government, a move that attracted an avalanche of condemnation from Nigerians. The federal government introduced Ruga, cattle colonies and several other programs, all aimed at creating settlements for pastoralists in all the states of the Federation. It is on record that Governor Samuel Otom was the first to speak out against the draconian bills. In August 2021, President Buhari approved recommendations of a committee to review with dispatch 368 grazing sites across 25 states in the country and to determine the levels of encroachment again. Benue and other states rejected the presidential approval and the idea eventually lost steam. We understand that those who are bent on taking over the ancestral lands of Nigerians to give a pastoralists are looking for the opportunity to hastily pass the bill, which they have now renamed as National Grazing Reserves Council Bill. And the proposed law has been in the National Assembly after it was reintroduced, and its sponsors, sensing the mood and suspicions of the people, have been trying to find the right moment to have it passed. If passed by the National Assembly, the law will establish a council with the power to take over land in any part of the country for grazing reserves and play and pay compensation to the landowner or owners. Beneficiaries of the usurped lands will be pastoralists whose animals will enjoy unfettered access to the land. The National Grazing Reserves Council bill is not only a violation of the Constitution and the Land Use Act, it's also a fang of impunity, subjugation, and a deeply rooted conquest agenda against Nigerians. The bill is a direct land-grabbing legislation designed to make Nigerians slaves in their country while serving the selfish and parochial interests of herdsmen. Governor Otom urges members of the National Assembly to act as true representatives of the people for the sake of posterity and to remember that the future and unity of this nation lies in their hands. He encourages the federal lawmakers to remain dogged in their rejection of the bill and any other surreptitious attempt to mock millions of innocent Nigerians who have fallen victim to the occupation agenda. It must be emphasized that the stand of the governor on national issues is born out of patriotism and not for any personal agenda or gain. He believes in fairness, justice, and equity. Oh, well. Okay, the headline, Autumn to National Assembly be on alert, reject Buhari's Grazing Reserve Bill. It's anti-people. Emmanuel, is this bill anti-people? Looking at all of the bills, all of the names that were, nomenclatures were given to different programs, talking about the Ruga and every other name that has been there before. And Autumn is saying, this has to be rejected. It is anti-people.
Well, not following whatever sentiment Autumn may have in his heart. But if you check exactly what is happening in Benue, if you check what is happening in Ebonyi State, Enugu State, Anambra State in some areas and all that, all the areas where these herdsmen have been wreaking their havoc, you will certainly agree with Autumn that is anti-people. Because even in the north, it's not as if he's sparing them. But the only problem is that they come this south where they can get grasses and all that. So, a situation where you come, Faustina,
yes,
and all Emmanuel Ndukwe has is my farmlands. I have planted everything, watering them, or doing any other activity that will make them yield in the end. One particular morning I come there, I didn't see anything, rather I saw destruction. That whatever it is, cattle or whatever people have laid to that particular place has destroyed that my farm. First, you shut me out of aching out a living because there's no other thing I have. Because remember those who in Benue, as they are called the food basket of the country, of course they are farmer. And farmers as they are, they only work in the farms and make their own living. But you destroy all of them. Is it for them? Is it pro people or anti people? I think I agree with Autumn. And Autumn is especially most fitted to talk on this particular issue because Benue seem to be their second home. I'm talking about these herders. And one thing about Buhari's administration, Buhari in particular as a person, is that he's been supporting this. When you talk heaven and earth, he will tell you retrace grazing routes. I really don't know whether cattle are more important than humans. I don't know. Because look at the carnage in Benue State. Every time you hear, I can't remember the number that was just killed last week. Autumn also mentioned that. And some individuals who have a way and of course a right to thinking the way they choose will tell you that Autumn is not doing well, he's just complaining. Autumn is hired as the chief, the overall chief of Benue State, political chief, because that is why he is superintending over every activity of Benue people publicly. If he complains that so much has been killed here and so much has been... Remember, was it in 2015 or 16, I can't be exact, where there was a mass burial in Benue State? Either 76 or 73 bodies were just put in casket and buried massively. I don't understand what kind of government will keep quiet. And if in this kind of regime where whatever Buhari says is in the interest of Nigerians, they've been rejecting it in whichever form it's been coming up. I hope they will keep on rejecting it, despite that whatever Buhari sends in there is important, as of course said by Lawal, the Senate president.
Yeah.
But one thing is that you remember, I think was it Saraki's Senate presidency? I can't remember again. It was 46 bills they acted upon on one day, and that was towards the concluding part of that particular Senate. In such in such a case, that is when they bring out this kind of obnoxious, because for Emmanuel Ndukwu it's very obnoxious. If you are rearing cattle, you are rearing it to eat, to feed yourself, whichever form you choose to feed yourself, and it's yielding that money. And I'm a farmer, I'm also doing that to also be able to take care of my own family and myself. But when you destroy my own means of livelihood, then what are you doing? So I think if they will listen to Autumn, they listen. But I tell you, I fear on that particular time when you will see them going out, they could in fact go on with the 50 bills on a day and pass them. And the majority will now determine what will happen. But are Nigerians just going to be docile and accept what is anti them until it happens?
Okay. Arochukwu, are you going to lend your voice to that of Autumn?
Yes,
rejecting.
The truth of the matter is that the Nigerian ruling class have overstayed their welcome. The Nigerian ruling class have overstayed their welcome. They have expired long ago. And the best thing is for them to pack up and get out of that place. All of them. All, with the exception of none. Now, you see, the government is very dishonest. And the kind of dishonesty we practice in this part of the world, I don't know where we learned it from. Now, as a child growing up, there were herdsmen in my community.
Okay.
And we lived with herdsmen. They were part and parcel of our community. And there was no conflict between us and them. Look, there's one born in my place, and they were born twins. We call him Ejima. He married from my community, actually.
Oh, wow.
And he's still living there. He has grown from being a child. He now has his own cows. In fact, it was on the height of this crisis that the community people told him to leave. But he knew us, we knew him. The headmen, they came seasonally. And when they came, they reported to the community chief.
Okay.
Before settling in the nearby forest. My father told me that even before the war, that cows were moving, herdsmen were coming. In fact, a northerner who is a herdsman told me that there is a season in the north that the cows naturally want to migrate down the south because there is no water and there's not much food for them. And the cows will start shouting, and you just know that in fact, he told me that the cows will naturally be facing the south. They will be positioning themselves towards the south to move.
We want to go there.
Yes, they want to go. So we have lived with it. Suddenly at the point we started hearing of killer herdsmen. We started hearing of destruction of communities. Now let's agree that climate change has created a problem. But the dimension of the killing, the ferocity of the killing is suspicious. Again, we started noticing that the herdsmen we knew were not these characters now. In those days, he used to be an elderly man with his many wives, with his children and their wives. It used to be a family. Now, we started seeing youths, young men without wives and carrying even cows that were not like the cows we knew before. I have seen a herdsman smoking Indian hemp with an AK-47 in somebody's farm in my village. I was telling him, do you see how you people are creating problem? And the man pointed the gun at me and said I should come close and say it.
Wow.
Of course, I wouldn't have gone close to say it. I left the place. I went to a nearby police post and reported it to them, and the policemen entered their car and drove away. I couldn't imagine myself holding an AK-47 with a wrap of Indian hemp on my hand. The police would whisk me away. But they carry these cows, these youths, these young men, they carry these cows, some of them strange looking animals, not like the cows we knew before. And they pass through the police station, and they are wearing AK-47, and they go their way. Now, I have the feeling that there are invaders into the country. There are people from other parts of Africa who has come into the country. But you see, there is nothing wrong with people from any part of Africa coming to do their business in Nigeria. And that is where the state comes in. If you are coming into Nigeria, we can give you a license to graze for a time. And you return to wherever you come from. You just like if I'm going to any country. Even if Ghana, in West Africa, we do not need to acquire visa. But at least you carry your passport to show your identity, where you are coming from. You will be signed into the country and you will be signed out of that country. So that the government of the country will know when you came and when you leave. And possibly what you came to do. Now, it's not possible that, and I have said it before, a clan of men like the Fulanis have their homes across Africa. That is acceptable. But the truth is fact that a Fulani man in Mauritania, a Fulani man in Ghana or in Niger is not a Nigerian. He's a citizen of Niger. He's a citizen of Chad. The person in Nigeria is a citizen of Nigeria. Do you understand?
Yeah.
In my community, there are my family people who live in other villages. They live in their villages. And they have their own family meeting. And I can't attend their family meeting.
Not at all.
Even if I go, I just ceremony. Because I'm not registered there. But annually we meet as family. If we have problems, we join and solve our problems. It's the same family. But that is where we can't know. We don't know why they are living there and we are living here. Possibly our ancestors knew that much. Now, and that is it. So if you are not a Nigerian, you are not a Nigerian. If you must come to Nigeria, you must follow through the protocol of coming into Nigeria. Now, if you say you want, first and foremost, there was a cattle route right from the 60s and 50s. There was a cattle route in this country. Till today, there are cattle routes. Why is it that our government does not want to trace those cattle routes? In fact, not even cattle route. The cattle have always moved through a route. And let me tell you, if you are passing through Uzuakol, it's just like there was a slave route.
Yeah.
There was a slave route that moved from the hinterland, passed through spots like Uzuakol. Even if you come to Port Harcourt, the slave route is still known. How we got to the seaport, how the slaves are taken from the hinterland, the route they traveled are still known. And there are still settlements of the slave dealer along those territories who eventually settled those places. Now, Fosina, when originally, if you are coming into any part of the southern states, from Enugu to Abakaliki, there are places that Northerners settle. We call it Amausa. And the businesses done there is business of cow, goat, sheep, and all this. That is a settlement. How did they arrive at those settlements? Some of those settlements were there far before most people who are in their 90s now was born. How did they settle those places? Was there any conflict to that? No. And some of those settlements followed the cattle route.
Okay.
So the Asian cattle routes, why is it that we cannot revive the Asian cattle route so that they will move through the routes as usual? Okay. If you are saying, okay, you need to grazing lands, very simple. It is nothing difficult. Look, I have nothing to worry about grazing land. A businessman wants land, just like I come to River State and I want land. I'll meet the man who owns land.
True.
It's possible the Gray man doesn't have land. I can meet a Yoruba man and Hausa man who already bought, he will sell to me. I'll build my house. I'll go to the community people, I'll buy land and I'll build house. Quiet land, I'll live among the community people peacefully. Living the way they live. Their problems are my problem, because if there's crisis in the community, all of us are involved. So why is it that the people who do the business of cattle cannot approach communities individually and on their own to seek for either land to settle, the way they settled before in my community and then left when they finished, or to buy, to live permanently, which can be carefully negotiated between you and the community. Why is it that that is not being done? You now bring a bill and you give it the impression now you are foisting some of these people on Nigerians. And we are saying those people who came to my community and to other communities and lived for a season and left, where did they go to? Now you want them to live permanently there. Those cattlemen, those people who used to bring cows into my primary school to come and graze, and the school will be disrupted and will be running after the cattle, and teachers will be struggling to push us back to class because we were excited as kids. At a point, we didn't see them. Where did they, when they left our places, where did they go to? Those places are no longer in existence. So there are many questions to be asked. Unfortunately, nobody ready to provide answers. A lot of people, government is not being open. Government is not being honest. They are creating room for conjectures. They are creating room for doubts. They are creating room for suspicions. They are making people treat them not to believe them. So in conclusion, the issue of and by the way, how do you want? Where on earth does it happen that a citizen of a country is murdered and murdered again, and in their numbers, and the government seem to not understand? It is simple. Look, all through history, even the colonial government did it. If a community of men become recalcitrant, in fact, it's part of our law that any attempt to overrun the state, any part of the state, any attempt, any form of imagination for you to overrun the government, to subdue the government, or any part of government, that the government should immediately authorize its maximum force to quell it. Any attempt for you to lay claim to the territory of the Federal Republic, or to subdue, overrun the government of the Federal Republic, even if it is local government, that the government of the Federation should mobilize our highest force to subdue it. And any attempt for anybody to threaten the life of Nigerian citizens, and that is why if police sees a man attempting to kill another man, like armed robbers in operation, the police sends their special unit to use maximum police force to dislodge the robbers. That if you are breaking the pipelines and stealing oil, that the DSS, the army, should open fire and dislodge you from that place first, because you are touching the life wire of the nation. So why is it that a community of men are killed, people are killed, and we cannot send our highest force to do maximum destruction? Right. And the purpose and the essence of government force is to teach a lesson to such a person. There is an authority here.
Okay.
The government cannot be trusted. The government is complicit. And as I said from the beginning, the Nigerian ruling class have expired. They have overstayed their welcome. They should pack their bag and baggage and get out of governance.
They will get out by May 29. All right. Prof, let's get to you on this one.
I will have to start by, because it says that the open grazing law is anti-people, right?
Yes, he said it.
I'm sure what they meant there is anti-open grazing law. It's not
talking
anti-grazing.
About grazing reserve bill. That's one he wants. The
grazing
people,
reserve.
Yeah, bill.
First, let's look at what the concept of the people mean, which we all know. Nigeria claims to be operating democracy. Let's give that to them to say, at least let's assume that it is actually practicing democracy. Now, in democracy, the concept of the people means something. It does not mean the residents of just one part of the country or the residents of just one community. Democracy in a country will mean the people of that country, and it includes residents, nationals, natives, indigenes of all the communities put together, at least those ones that obey and respect the laws of that country. Therefore, if a certain bill or legislation empowers just one part of a country against the others, then it is anti-people, if you ask me. If there is any practice, any occupation that would instigate one people against the other, or that will bring about conflict between and among people, or the people, it is anti-people, because the people of a country must be together for them to defend that country and for them to make what is supposed to be got out of a country or a state. So on that premise, I would say, first and foremost, that it is anti-people. Then going further from there, Grazing is part of the activities that are required for an occupation of by a certain people. And this country claims also, I prefer to use the word claim, to be practicing a federal system of government. And if it is a federal system of government, each of the federating units are supposed to exist as semi-autonomous units with certain recognitions, constitutional recognitions. So the man from the Ikwere man who has a land, even though another obnoxious law is this land use decree, in spite of the amendments and all of that, because for you not to recognize the fact that the land behind my backyard belongs entirely to me is obnoxious. Nothing can be more obnoxious than that. So, but at least we know that there is some level of recognition that is given to people who own lands. So, since it is a business, what is done among people that say they are civilized is that there is a basic principle of a comparative cost advantage.
All right.
And it's a basic principle of business everywhere in the world. So you look at the various occupations that can be done by the people of Nigeria, different sections of this country. So if I want to invest in cattle rearing as my business, for example, it behoves on me to go negotiate and buy or rent or hire land in various parts of the country. I can have some in the south, have some in the north. So during the season where you can have enough grazing materials in the north, I leave my cattle there, feed them there. When it's time to move down south, as we read in secondary school and even primary school, burning bush and burning grass, all of that. When it's time to move down south, I already have a plot of land or some hectares of land that I have either bought or hired or so. I move them there. When you say you want to reserve a certain part of land for a certain occupation, what are you doing for the people whose primary occupation is to farm on those lands?
Okay.
Where else in this country have you reserved anything for them? So we can't claim not to know that this is actually anti-people. And not just being anti-people, it is hegemonic. It is colonialism in a new guise. And it's even a worse form of colonialism, what some people have called domestic colonialism. So even within Nigeria, we now have a group of domestic internal colonizers that don't give a hoot what other people think, because they just feel that they have control of political power, and at the risk of being accused of making hate speech, I dare to say that the government of the day, well, when I say government, what I actually mean is even within the people that are in government, they know that some of them are more powerful than others, even if they are in the same place, even in the Senate there, by reason of some maybe the political advantages that accrue to certain sections of the country, even though it's not constitutional. They know that they have been gagged, and so they can't see certain things. Otherwise, and that's also why I say that we don't seem to have a true representation of the people, because if you have people from community, district A or constituency A, B, C, and D in one house, let's say Senate, and the people now, not their leaders, not their representatives, have some conflict, and that conflict is not reflected in the way discussions go in the house. It means that at that level, they just see themselves as collaborators in the looting and pillaging of the country. So without having to say much, we know also that these people that are engaged in these things in most parts of Africa, where they live, they have been decimated. And Nigeria seems to be one of those few safe havens where they feel that they can have a feed day moving down. And when some people fear that there is a plan to take over this country, there seems to be every good reason to accept that suspicion as being valid. And it is high time those that we have elected or have imposed themselves on us as our leaders began to think deep into this thing and know that there is no amount of investment in peace, no amount of investment in order that can be too much.
Okay.
So I agree with Autumn, and whoever says that the bill is anti-people, it is completely correct.
All right, joining us in the studio, Akwative Andy, author, thinker, nation builder. Well, last time I checked, there was something else. You removed it? Well, I can't remember what was there, but I think there was something else there.
Okay, but just those three, maybe.
Okay. You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, so let's talk about Autumn's call.
Okay. So first off, you would understand that nature does not allow an animal to get into the wild without nature protecting the animal.
Okay.
And so every animal is protected from their prey. It would behoove them to use the protective implements given them by nature against their predators, rather. Right? So the elephant has got the tusk. So the giraffe has got very lanky legs that if they ever, use that in the direction of any lion or any potential predator, they would die. So if you look through the animal kingdom, you would see that God did not leave any animal without one form of protection or the other. I've gone this route because I wanted to situate it properly in the fact that there are 360 members in the House of Representatives and 109 members in the Senate. Right? And these 109 members are not all from the core north. These 360 members are not all from the core north. They are representatives from River State, from Delta State, from Abia State, from Enugu, from these different states that today the citizens are lamenting over this proposed bill, right? The question is, what nature gave to you? How well did you use it? The members that went to that house or that are in the house as representatives that are saying that this bill that has capacity to dwarf, to strangulate, to kill their economy, to kill their culture. These people sent people, whether by hook or by crook, sent people to represent them. What happened? Were those people sleeping whilst they were taking those actions? If you have ever read the story of the wise virgin or the foolish virgin, as you may want to call it in the Bible, you would see that the one that was called wise was prepared because they understood what they wanted to do. They were all virgins, right? All virgins in the Bible. Absolutely virgins. So it's a good place to say that the chief ingredient, the chief quality is that they are all virgins.
Okay, it's 10 o'clock now. We've got to go for the news. Thank you very much.
Okay, maybe we'll come back.
Okay.
Every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM. News Update.
Hello and good morning. Here's the news update on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. I am Faustina Oputu. A joint panel comprising officers of the Nigeria Police Force, Department of State Security and officials of the Independent National Electoral Commission has invited the suspended Adamawa State Resident Electoral Commissioner, Hudu Yunusa Ari, over his conduct in the April 15 supplementary elections in the state. The investigation panel, which was set up by the Inspector General of Police, Osman Baba, asked Yunusa Ari to show up at the force headquarters, Louis Edet House, Abuja. The panel is headed by an Assistant Inspector General of Police and Head of Interpol Nigeria, Garba Omar, who was appointed as the head of the Election Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation Team in the build-up to the 2023 general elections. The spokesperson for the Force Criminal Investigation Department, Fumi Egwaoje, confirmed the development. House of Representatives Majority Leader Al-Hassan Dogwa has announced his intention to join the race for the Speaker of the 10th National Assembly. Dogwa made the declaration yesterday in a letter of intent addressed to the members-elect. Recall that in February, Dogwa was arrested by the Nigeria police at the Aminu Kano International Airport while boarding a flight to Abuja over his alleged role in the killing of several persons and the burning of the new Nigeria People's Party Secretariat during the 2023 presidential poll. He was also alleged to have fired shots at the public with a pistol belonging to his orderly. Dogwa will be contesting against the Deputy Speaker Idris Wase, Sada Soli, Mokhtar Betara, Tunji Olawi, Tajuddin Abbas, Abubakar Maki, Aminu Jaji, Yusuf Gaji, Ben Kalu, and Miriam Onuoha. Abducted former president of the Nigeria Bar Association, Okewali, has regained his freedom after spending 2 weeks in captivity. Wali, a senior advocate of Nigeria, was abducted by armed men dressed in military uniform at the Ubirikwere area off the East-West Road in the Obiakwa local government area of Rivers State a fortnight ago. The NBA chairman, Port Harcourt branch, Victor Benibo, who confirmed the development, said he was released in the early hours of yesterday. On the foreign scene, India's domestic air traffic has hit a record high with 4.56 million passengers flying on a single day. The milestone, which was reached on 30th April, came as 2,978 flights took off across the country. India's post-pandemic economic recovery has spurred a travel boom. More than 37.5 million passengers were carried by domestic airlines in just the first 3 months of 2023. Data from the country's Directorate General of Civil Aviation showed this marked a 51.7% growth compared to a year ago. And that was the news update on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. Good morning. Thanks for listening. I am Faustina Oputu.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
This is On The Go with Peak Yogurt. On The Go with Peak Yogurt. Welcome.
Hello people, what's up? What is going on with you? I hope you're having a fantastic day. Guess what? I am back with another exciting episode of On The Go. Now, this radio show is brought to you by your favorite Peak Yogurt to support you, to inspire you, to inform you, and to remind you why it is super, super important for you to pursue your goals and ambitions. Now, on this show, I will share stories, tips, nuggets, information that would help you get to your peak, crush those goals, and achieve more while enjoying the best that life has to offer. Now, there are 3 segments on the show. I've got the Stay Healthy segment. This is where I'll share information that helps you birth fresh ideas on your journey to the top. And I've also got Word on the Go. And there is also the Do More section of the show. Now, in case you do not know, Peak Yogurt has got a 1-liter full house pack. Yes, you heard me right. And it's a sharing pack fit for group consumption with friends and families. Why haven't you had the Peak Yogurt 1 liter full house pack? Like, what is literally stopping you? Anyways, if you haven't had it, make sure you go get it. We're going on a quick break. Let me get refreshed. Let me get energized. So when I come back, I can go straight into all the G's that I've got for you on The Go, brought to you by Peak Yogurt.
Studying, working, spending time with family, or just having your fun time? We've got you covered on The Go with Peak Yogurt. Welcome.
This is On The Go, brought to you by Peak Yogurt. In case you do not know, yes, Peak Yogurt is a deliciously rich and creamy drinking yogurt which is made from fresh cow milk and is enriched with vitamins and minerals. And guess what? We've got the plain sweetened, we've got the strawberry, and we've also got the orange flavors, and they are all packaged in a Tetra Pak for your satisfaction. A word from our sponsor, and I'll be back.
On The Go with Peak Yogurt.
Hey, Omo, see package. This is what I call full house.
Yes, sir. That's me.
Huh? Who's talking about you? I'm talking about this Peak Yogurt Drink Full House Pack in your hand.
Introducing the Peak Yogurt Drink 1 liter Full House Pack with more refreshment, which contains fresh cow milk. Share and enjoy full house goodness filled with essential vitamins and minerals. Peak. Reach for your peak. On The Go with Peak Yogurt.
Okay, so let's go quickly to the stay healthy part of the show. For today, I'll be talking to you about easy ways to lose weight naturally. Eating fewer processed foods, drinking more green tea, and taking probiotics are just a few of the natural methods that can promote weight loss. Now let's get into it.
Stay healthy. Achieve your goals and dreams. Nutritional and exercise tips. Stay healthy.
We all know that there is a lot of bad weight loss information on the internet. Much of what is recommended is questionable at best and not based on any actual science. However, there are several natural methods that have been proven to work. Now, here are 4 ways to lose weight naturally. First things first, add protein to your diet. When it comes to weight loss, protein is the king of nutrients. Your body burns calories when digesting and metabolizing the protein you eat. So a high protein diet can boost metabolism by up to 80 to 100 calories per day. Number 2, eat whole single ingredient food. One of the best things you can do to become healthier is to base your diet on whole single ingredient foods. By doing this, you eliminate the vast majority of added sugar, added fat, and processed food. Number 3, avoid processed foods. Processed foods are usually high in added sugars, added fats, and calories. What's even more, processed foods are engineered to make you eat as much as possible. They are much more likely to cause addictive-like eating than unprocessed foods. And finally, you hear this one a lot, but it is super true and very important. Drink a lot of water. There is actually truth to the claim that drinking water can help with weight loss. Drinking 0.5 liters of water may increase the calories you burn by 24 to 30% for an hour afterwards. Water is particularly good for weight loss when it replaces other beverages that are high in calories and sugar. You're still on The Go, brought to you by your fave, Peak Yogurt. Now let's go on a quick break. And when we come back, more information. Don't you forget, yes, we've got Peak Yogurt Full House Pack in different flavors, from plain sweetened to strawberry and to orange, for yourself and your family and friends. Also, make sure you follow us on Twitter and on Instagram at Peak Yogurt. In case you do not know, this show On The Go is brought to you by Peak Yogurt. Don't you forget, Peak Yogurt is good for you. We'll be right back.
On The Go with Peak Yogurt.
Hey, Omo, see package. This is what I call full house.
Yes, sir. That's me.
Huh? Who's talking about you? I'm talking about this Peak Yogurt Drink Full House Pack in your hand.
Introducing the Peak Yogurt Drink 1 liter Full House Pack with more refreshment, which contains fresh cow milk. Share and enjoy full house goodness filled with essential vitamins and minerals. Peak. Reach for your peak. On The Go with Peak Yogurt.
It is time for the Do More segment of the show. For this segment, I'll be sharing tips on how you can do more and be super productive on your way to the top.
This is Do More. Stay extra productive. Excel in what you do on The Go.
I know that it is so hard to know if we're really making efficient use of our time. It seems like we're working hard and we're certainly stressed out, but are you spending your time on the right things? That's a food for thought. After all, we're used to living our lives and not recording them. Here are some conventional wisdom on productivity and time management. Number 1, the right kind of multitasking can be transformative. We've all heard plenty of things about the dangers of multitasking. We can't do multiple things at once effectively, and we will always suffer from cognitive switching costs. That is true for certain activities, but crucially, it is irrelevant for others. Let me give you an example. Almost anyone can easily listen to podcasts or audiobooks while exercising, cooking, or commuting to work. And if you're dining alone, you can read while you're at it. Number 2, there are benefits from combining your personal and professional network. Many people still hold on to the idea that friends and business don't mix, and you should separate your personal life from your professional life. And it is super true that boundaries can be important for work-life balance. But if you relish what you're doing, the most interesting friends in the world are often ones with whom you can share your personal matters and those related to your business. And finally, number 3, certain hours of the day are especially likely to be wasted. For example, people who say, I don't waste so much time on social media. Yes, but for me, I define waste as time spent scrolling aimlessly through your feeds rather than posting with a professional purpose in mind. That can be done on social media. In fact, you don't even need to optimize every minute. Sometimes just relax. I hope with these few points of mine, I've been able to convince you on how you can be super, super productive on your journey to the top. Now, it is time for the fun part of the show. For today, I'll be telling you about how you can put some fun into your work. All work and no play, what do they say? Makes Jack a dull boy. So fun things to do by yourself to stay happy.
Studying, working, spending time with family, or just having your fun time? We've got you covered on the Go with Peak Yogurt. Welcome.
Self-love is indeed the best kind of love out there, and a happy person radiates peace. Spending quality time with yourself is crucial for your well-being, and this time can be super refreshing if you have a list of things to do by yourself. Now, one of the best ways to stay healthy and happy is by having a good time doing things that you love. And while you're doing this, remember to have a pack of Peak Yogurt Full House Pack by your side. Definitely makes everything better. First things first, have a staycation. Pamper yourself with a staycation in your city. You don't have to travel too far now. Instead, just choose a nice hotel where you can stay for a day or two, order room service, plan out the places you would like to visit for a day, enjoy your spa or even pool time. Number 2, go to a concert. Are you attending a concert of your favorite artist? The crowd, the singing, the dancing will definitely lift your spirits. Moreover, if you've always taken a friend or two to concerts, why not try to attend by yourself and see if the vibe is different or just the best for you? Number 3, try out a new recipe. There are tons and tons of recipes that you can try online, and they taste delicious when you cook them with extra love and care. So if you're in the mood to eat something new, just take out the ingredients and start cooking. And that's all I have for you to do on the fun stuff. While you're trying to stay active with your goals, remember, start your weekend fresh with a pack of Peak Yogurt. It is time to pay some bills, but make sure you follow us on Twitter and on Instagram. Our handle is at Peak Yogurt. It's a fun community, and I'm sure you'll find something there that you love, or someone there that you love. You don't know. This thing just happened. I'll be back.
On the Go with Peak Yogurt.
Hey, Omo, see package. This is what I call full house.
Yes, sir. That's me.
Who's talking about you? I'm talking about this Peak Yogurt Drink Full House Pack in your hand.
Introducing the Peak Yogurt Drink 1 liter Full House Pack with more refreshment, which contains fresh cow milk. Share and enjoy full house goodness filled with essential vitamins and minerals. Peak. Reach for your peak.
On the Go with Peak Yogurt.
And it is time to wrap it up on the show today with Word on the Go. And I'll be sharing inspiring quotes to motivate you, whether you're starting or you're leading or you're just taking tentative steps to grow and reach your peak. The journey to success is sometimes long, and that's why I'm here to keep you company.
Word on the Go. Stay propelled. Pursue your dreams. Word on the Go.
For today, I'll be sharing a quote from Aliko Dangote. Now, he's a businessman and the richest black man in the world. The business empire he began to build more than 3 decades ago is one of the largest private sector employers in Nigeria, as well as the most valuable conglomerate in West Africa. Today, he's one of Africa's leading industrialists and philanthropists. And he said, endeavor to work as hard as possible to attain a new aim with each day that comes by. Don't go to bed until you have achieved something productive. Dangote's business interests encompass many industries, including oil and gas, consumer goods, and even manufacturing. However, Dangote Cement makes up of the majority of his revenue, of which Dangote owns 85%. Now, according to Forbes magazine, the subsidiary produces 45 million metric tons of cement every year and operates in 10 African countries. Never forget, your dreams are valid, keep going, and don't stop. And that's all I have for you today on The Go, brought to you by Peak Yogurt. It's been incredibly exciting hanging with you. Special thanks to Peak Yogurt, a deliciously rich and creamy yogurt made from fresh cow milk and enriched with vitamins and minerals. Don't forget, we've got the plain sweetened, we've got strawberry and orange for yourself and your friends and your family members. And you can find Peak Yogurt across all stores nationwide. My name is Melody. I'll catch you on the next one. Bye-bye.
On the Go with Peak Yogurt. We'll be back.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
95.1 FM. Voice of the people.
And we're back.
17 minutes past 10. Welcome back to today's Quest. Before we get on with the newspaper review, let me head over to Facebook and take some of your comments you've dropped there already. This one from Thank God Ability Atuebu says, Mayday, halt last minute looting, Labour tells Buhari. Right from time, whenever an administration is coming to an end, the bad eggs in the government will take it as an opportunity to loot government properties. For Sina, no be new thing to us. Okay, on the 10th Senate, Godswill Akpabio informs Buhari of intent to be Senate President. Has Godswill Akpabio cleared his name in the EFCC list before informing Mr. President on his intention to run for Senate position? He who goes to equity must go with a clean hand. Okay. Buhari charges successor to respect workers' rights. On that, Thank God says the same workers are complaining of Mr. President not treating them well since he assumed office as Nigeria's president. Imagine that some workers in Borno State are receiving 4,000 naira as their monthly salary. Are you being serious right here? Ikechukwu Okagbo says, stop last-minute looting. It is a culture in Nigeria for politicians to take their last money before leaving office. At least they have to retire well. Oh my goodness. All these governments told us are lies and nothing but lies. What do you mean exactly? A country who can't conduct a credible election has sufficient resources, but its leaders loot it. Citizens suffering in the midst of abundance, making anti-people policies, no employment, but bragging to be the best. God, why? Why what? Why did you become a Nigerian? Is that what you're asking? Why? Everest Anayochi Nwachukwu says, Autumn to Nas, be on alert, rejects Buhari's grazing reserve bill. It's anti-people. Open grazing has an underground agenda. We are still pampering and pretending ignorance still will help them actualize it. Amity Prince, that apology from the president, the only apology is that someone like me will take from the president is for him to resign. May 29 is just here now. Why not wait? Buhari's government remained the worst in Nigeria since 1960. Oh, this is according to you. Why remaining in office and apologize when you know that you had done Nigerians more harm than good? Under Buhari's watch, the most fortified places like NDA, airport, and president's convoy were attacked. Okay. Opinion. Everest says, Mayday, halt last-minute looting. Labour tells Buhari, This business of looting at the end of every 4 or 8 years of a regime has been there for years, and I don't think it can be stopped for now. When the man at the top is... Did you see him? He may not control those at the state and local government because those under him are emulating... Wow. Fela called it chop, I chop. Amity... Okay, I think it's the same thing that you talked about. You dropped the comment. Okay, on that also, maybe Labour just woke up from sleep. Where was Labour when this government locked food that was made for Nigerians during COVID-19? It was just some people now. What was Labour's response when we were buying 5,000 naira with 2,000 naira last month? They did something now. They threatened. What did Labour do when we were buying fuel 400 naira a litre? If Labour do exist in the country, I will not score us hat-trick the way he did. Hector D. Christopher says workers demand better pay amid subsidy debt concerns. Yes, the government at both levels, you mean federal and state, should, in a matter of urgency, ensure that workers' salaries are raised to moderate with the economic reality that will be as a result of the so-called subsidy removal. The hardship in Nigeria is already unbearable to majority of Nigerians. They should make it a law that every state government will implement. Did you think about the minimum wage, 30,000 naira? Have you thought about it? What that is, the back and forth that is, bringing at the moment. Adi Oji OKOCC says, I've created 65,000 jobs in a Boeing. Says Umahi, it may be fact with political statement. Amity Prince, federal government may not be able to pay salary after June if subsidy is not removed, says Obaseki. Obaseki should allow those that own this office to speak in this regard. Is Obaseki Minister of Information in this country or Minister of Petroleum? Obaseki is one of the underperforming governors, is part of the reason the country is the way it is now. Akpabio informed Buhari of his intention to be Senate President. Amity says, as far as I'm concerned, Akpabio is the most qualified among all of them. That I in the office. The only governor that worked close to Akpabio since 1999 till now in terms of achievement is only Donald Duke. If Tinubu needs a vibrant house, Akpabio should be given a chance. Okay? Mpoikanke Udoaka. I created 65,000 jobs in Ebonyi. Before, I used to think that Ebonyi State is part of Benue. Why would you think that? Why would you think that? But now this man has made me know that Ebonyi State is a state in Nigeria. Where have you been, really? Whoa. May Day, Benue workers decry non-payment of salary. Just imagine if federal government or Governor Autumn just 1 month salary. By now, you would have heard ethnic cleansing. Everest says, please dear says, the INEC joint panel invites suspended Adamawa REC. I don't think any good thing will come out of the invitation. It's an invitation to look as if they are doing their job. APC has a way of covering their tracks. Okay, thank you very much. Now, before we move on to the next headline, Andy Apotive, you were saying something before we went on break, so you conclude.
Yes, I was just about to wrap up my thoughts.
All right, go on.
So I was saying that nature never leaves anyone empty. There's always something that is given you by nature to help you stay alive, right? So if you turn that and you take it into life and living in a country, as it were, you find that there are also those things that have been intricately woven into every system that does not allow decision like this to come out without the input of all the sides. So I'm wondering why we are discussing it when the truth is that we should be holding our representatives accountable. When we come to docile, all we do in this country is talk. And I'm really getting very tired
of talking.
You know, I've been talking all my life. Student union politics. I was talking as a student union president. I've been talking all my life. And here we are still talking. There are representatives that are there. 360 of them. Each state is producing 3 senators. Each state. How did they permit this kind of a bill to be passed? Should they are supposed to? Why did they ask that each state should produce 3 senators? The thinking of the framers of our constitution is that these 3 senators will bring to bear the askings of their people. Essentially, that's what they are there for. Forget the fact that we are going there to talk national thing. Yes, when we are discussing national, you are going to bring the perspective of River State into that national. You are going to bring the perspective of Delta State into that national. What has happened to these representatives? Why are we not calling them to question? How did they pass this bill that the president is now going to assent? I thought that was what I heard. If that was what happened, then we shouldn't be talking. Certain people, go see what happens in America. Simple decisions that you did not take whilst you are a member, in the House of Rep or in the Senate, it's enough to cost you your next term. It's enough to even shatter your political trajectory. But guess what happens here? It's business as usual. The people keep celebrating mediocrity. Nobody's, so we just talk. Public affairs commentators just talk. When we get wrong, we're going to take analgesics. We get wrong, we just talk. The things that should be done,
speaking out of experience,
we need to do those things.
I think.
Right?
Yeah.
So, what nature has given us, if you looked in the animal kingdom, you will see that as powerful as the lion is, they cannot get near the bull when the bull is ready to take them out. It's except the bull is not willing to use the strength that has been given her by nature, that the lion can take them out. I'm saying the only reason that death can become a law would be because our representatives have refused to use the strength of their voices, of their votes, to upturn that. Okay. We shouldn't be crying. We should rather go call them to question.
All right. Manondekwe.
Yes, I just want to point it out to Andy that he is right to an extent, but not completely right. You see, in the Senate, like he said, each state has 3 representatives. Not to talk of the House, where more or less people from the North are more. Even in the Senate, people from the North are more, because by the structure of Nigeria, the North is more than the South. But let me tell him that this thing could pass, because I have not heard it that is in their rules that if, for instance, people from Imo State, the 3 senators are not there, or 2 or 1 is absent, and the others won't walk, won't go away, they will be waiting for that particular one. They have what they call quorum.
Yeah.
When they form that quorum, business of the day takes off. Whether the people from Imo State or Abia State or any other state from the southeast or from the southwest are not there, but a quorum is what decides it. And they'll take off, and then if it's the third reading, if he passes it, then he's going for the president's assent. No, ask him so that he may bring some light.
Let me just quickly state this.
All right.
There are matters of interests that you as a representative must be present when they are discussing it. If you are very familiar with the parliament, matters that they want to discuss are prepared long before time and are sent to all the members. All on the floor of the Senate 109, the clerk prepares the schedule and sends to them.
Good.
The House of Rep, the clerk prepares the schedule and sends to them. If you see on that schedule that they are going to discuss something that affects your economy, affects your culture, affects your tradition, affects your people, if you abstain from it, that in and of itself is grand enough for you to be, permit my use of the word, I'm using it very carefully, for you to be politically lynched. That in and of itself, because there's a reason you were sent there now. I'd emphasize that, to go and speak for your people, not to go and speak for other people. And I must quickly correct something. Call North. When we say the North, we make the mistake a lot of times when we refer to the country as being, from here up there is not from here. Benue that we are talking about is classified as North.
Thank you.
Do you think that the representatives there would like that law? No. It is about the people who want to push certain agenda coming together and pushing that agenda regardless of where they will find their collaborators. You can find them even from the north who says, for instance, Kanu, Ganduje said, I don't like it. Bring them. I want them to be in my community.
Thank you.
I don't want that. I want all my headsmen to be here. If you only spoke to Ganduje and Ganduje gave you his representatives, 3 senators, and the members of the House of Rep, you have already won that. Why are we not doing the politicking that is necessary to be done? We are here just having champagne parties, laughing, majoring in minors, sweating out little things. We sweat out little things in this part of the world. You see, people are so excited over nonsense. When the real things are there staring us, the things that have capacity to make or mar you, you are not speaking to them. So I have said this to say that the order of the whatever events are prepared. If you know that is touching you, wherever you are going to be. In any case, it goes through several readings before it's finally adopted.
Sorry.
Are all the sometimes more than 3, sometimes more than 3. Are all sometimes more than 3. Are all the members from the south going to be absent? The truth of the matter is that we have people who have abdicated their responsibilities as senators and representatives long before they even got there. And those people are the ones we should be looking at and be saying, until you do our bidding as our people, as our representative, we are going to kill your political career.
All right. Thank you very much. You know, when you said... I want to say
I
something.
just wanted to see.
Okay, briefly. So we can move on.
I have said what Andy is saying is what should be and not what is. Okay. See, anytime you see them considering a bill, you look at the number of senators. I just want to pick the upper chamber here, where 3 persons are representing each state. At least there is deputy in that particular one. Forsina, if you look at them, you see even some of them that are sleeping. At least they could be woken up and then they join. That's good because they are there. But there may be a lot of seats that are vacant, which means those ones are not there. Even though they may have read all these things and then know that this is an important bill. We should be there representing our people. But they are not there. And nothing shows that they will wait for them. No, the business of the house must go on. Now, if for instance, you say Benue will support, I also agree with him. That Benue, for instance, in this that is affecting the will support, even though in the configuration they are in the north. Remove them. They are still more than the south. I mean, the totality of all the states in the north. And so, if you remember, there was a time that they were arguing on certain things that border, some of them bordering on the issue the Niger Delta had been fighting on, like devolution of power and all that. The North finally won. Because the greater majority existed in the North. Ike Kwemadu tried all he could because he was the deputy Senate president. Nothing worked in his favor. Rather, what he came is to make a placatory announcement that, well, next time, we'll try and then let our brothers in the North know that they are not poor. It won't affect them worse than others. That was just it. The issue is that you may be absent and the business will go on, and in that wise, it doesn't mean that, in fact, if you were there, perhaps you wouldn't have volunteered. Even if you were there, let's say everybody that is supposed to be in the Senate are present. The majority, if it's what the North considers a block, they will still win. Okay. That is Nigeria.
All right. Andy, when you said, people, and we are tired of talking, I think you meant it because you're very calm today. Last time I remember, we were begging you to calm down.
Fortunately, maybe Andy is not all that. I tell you, because what is in the blood cannot be stopped.
Okay, maybe there's something we don't know about at the moment, but let's move on. We're going to use this as an opinion poll topic for the morning. This is from the Vanguard newspaper, and it's titled "That Apology from the President." Okay, and beginning with plenty of questions here, and I think those are the questions that we'll, look for a way to answer. What is the value of an apology offered by a country's ruler to its citizens? More importantly, what does the leader expect to achieve by such an apology? When President Muhammadu Buhari hosted a controlled number of guests at his night and final Salah homage at the presidential Villa Abuja, he used the opportunity to seek the forgiveness of Nigerians he felt he might have hurt during his 8-year presidency. I honestly consider myself very lucky. This is me quoting. I was made a governor, minister of petroleum, head of state in uniform. Then after 3 attempts, God, through technology and PVC, I became president. I think God has given me an incredible opportunity to serve as your president, and I thank God for that, the president said appreciatively. Continuing in the same line of divine attribution and injunction, he added, so please, whoever feels I have done wrong to them, we are all humans. There is no doubt I hurt some people, and I wish you will pardon me. And those that think that I have hurt them so much, please pardon me. Nigerians reacted differently to this apparent public show of contrition by the retired general. Many took the opportunity of the apology to evaluate his 8-year rule and scored him an embarrassingly low. Veteran Nigerian singer Charlie Boy appeared to capture the feelings of most of the critics of his apology. Dear General Buhari, apology not accepted, at least by me. I beg, stop forming. Many will agree with the fact that Nigeria in the last 8 years has been intentionally and deliberately mismanaged under your watch and the APC cabals with impunity and intensity. The controversial singer, who is also known as Area Father, wrote. Buhari was not alone in profusely apologizing to Nigerians. Governors Darius Dixon Ishaku of Taraba State, Abdullahi Ganduje of Kano State, and Samuel Otom of Benue State, all vacating their respective government houses on May 29, 2023, after an 8-year tenure, apologized to the citizens and residents of their respective states. But Nigeria's political leaders are not the only ones who have deemed it necessary to offer public apologies. On January 18, 1992, for instance, Japanese Prime Minister Kichi Miyakazawa publicly apologized for Japan's use of comfort women during World War II. In December 1992, Australian Prime Minister Paul Keating publicly acknowledged for the wrongs done to Aborigines and sought forgiveness. Pope John Paul II apologized on August 9, 1993 for Catholic involvement with the African slave trade. On August 29, 1993, South African President F.W. de Klerk apologized for apartheid. On August 18, 1993, Nelson Mandela apologized for atrocities allegedly committed by the African National Congress against suspected enemies. Of course, there are also leaders who have stubbornly refused to apologize even for obvious errors of judgment. But what do we make of public apologies by leaders? Barbara Kellerman, in an article in Harvard Business Review of April 2006 entitled "When Should a Leader Apologize and When Not?", argued that apologies are a tactic leaders now frequently use as an attempt to put behind them at a minimal cost the errors of their ways. She noted that public apologies by leaders are not without risks. As she puts it, for leaders to apologize publicly is therefore a high-risk, high-stakes move for themselves, for their followers, and for the organizations they represent. Refusal to apologize can be smart or can be suicidal. Conversely, readiness to apologize can be seen as a sign of strong character or as a sign of weakness. A successful apology can turn enmity into personal and organizational triumph, while an apology that is too little, too late, or too transparently tactical can bring an individual and institutional ruin. Kellerman identified 4 possible reasons why a leader would endure the discomfort and assume the risk of offering a public apology. One is that it could serve an individual purpose. Here, the leader senses that he or she made a mistake or committed a wrongdoing and publicly apologizes to encourage the followers to forgive and forget. 2, the institutional purpose, where one or more persons in a group to which the leader belongs may make a mistake or committed a wrongdoing, and the leader publicly apologizes to restore the group's internal cohesion and external reputation. 3 is an intergroup purpose, where one or more persons in a group to which the leader belongs made a mistake or committed a wrongdoing that inflicted harm, or one or more persons outside the group, and the leader publicly apologizes to repair relations with injured parties. 4 is a moral purpose, where the leader experiences genuine remorse for a mistake made or wrongdoing committed, either individually or institutionally, and both apologizes and offers restitution. Okay, quite a long read here, so I won't get to the bottom of it. But questions were asked. I mean, what's the value of, the president's apology? This is not coming, the apology is not coming now, but this piece is coming now. Okay, let's see now. Vanguard by Jidofo Adibe. Yes, that's the piece. But questions are asked here. What's the value of an apology offered by a country's ruler to its citizens? And more importantly, what does the leader expect to achieve by such an apology? And on that piece, attributing Kellerman, saying, there are 4 reasons. I don't know which of the reasons the president is going to be apologizing, maybe on behalf of the people in his cabinet, or on behalf of himself, just by himself. But what's the value?
He didn't know apology.
What's the value of, an apology by the president to, the citizens of the nation?
Well, Faustina, as far as Emmanuel Ndukwe is concerned, I don't want to be academic on this. Like the American author or whoever you mentioned that gave reasons, I don't want to listen to any of those reasons, because if I apologize publicly, there could be completely away reasons that some of what she or he had mentioned there will not come in at all. There could also be part of the reasons why I will apologize. But let me tell you, if you are asking me, as somebody that is rational, at least like a normal and healthy human, I would think that the reason for apologizing publicly is when one depends on the person who is offering the apology. Now, in terms of Muhammadu Buhari, the president of Nigeria, I don't know where to place it. Will he say, because, you see, the way I look at issues, I might be wrong, because remember, nobody has monopoly of wisdom except Jehovah God. Except God, no other person. And so, when, for instance, you are doing something, and somebody on your side, or from afar off, who has a way of hearing what you have done, and say, "Now you didn't do this thing well," please humble yourself to listen to whatever he said. I believe there is sense in nonsense. Listen to that nonsense the person is going to tell you, and then pick out some sense from it. Now, is President Muhammadu Buhari telling me, because I heard from that apology he made, if that is apology, if that is an apology, he said that some individual, he may have gone against some individual. He apologized. For Sina, it's very easy to say that. Now, while you were, because remember, for instance, the Naira redesign, that policy was not just effected as he thought about it. They settled, maybe in one room, they discussed about the policy, and then pushed it out to the public before they started implementing it. As at the time, there were avalanche of criticisms against that, especially from salient minds, sound minds, that this thing will take Nigeria to this thing will take Nigeria to this and all that. Did they listen? Is it only those in government circles that understand things more than others? And my answer will be quickly, no. If I'm taken to Aso Rock today, and I'm reasoning the way I'm reasoning, there may be where I will be wrong. And that is why it's good indeed to listen to criticisms, because it will modify my behavioral patterns and exhibitions. Now, President Buhari said there are those he may have acted against, and of course those who indeed he may have maybe acted in support of, because they believe in that same ideology himself has. See, for me, none of us is a mind reader except God. That's another quality God alone has in the entire universe. Now, since I do not know what he has in his mind, because he's the politician in chief in this country, for now, sitting as the politician in chief, which everything, and that is why whenever he feigns ignorance on any issue, I'll say no, hold him accountable. Anybody that does not report to him, and he knows that this particular person is supposed to have reported on this thing, I sent him, and the person didn't come to report, he should be fired tomorrow after asking him, and there is no reason why he should stay aloof from reporting to him. So, if he keeps quiet, then he should carry the can indeed. He should bear the brunt of the blame. Now, if you are telling me that you are apologizing, I'm asking, when, for instance, the leader or coordinator or whatever, but the highest person, did not indeed follow what should be done, and a lot of patients die in hospital, for instance, maybe because there were no provisions in variety, and as a result, patients were not treated, and they all die. You come to apologize. Are you apologizing to me that the number of deaths, what are we going to do about them? Except when God makes it a possibility, resurrection will not take place. They've gone and we won't see them again. So for me, he apologized. Let us take it on the face value. Apology is only for reconciliation, for showing contrition or such, at least as regarded. But whatever is in the inner heart, only God knows.
All right. Arochukwu, let's get to you. What's the value of that apology? What do you think that is set to achieve, really? As a citizen of Nigeria.
I've insisted that the Nigerian ruling class is utterly irresponsible. And their irresponsibility is historical. From their forebears to the contemporary world, they are very prodigal in nature and character. Now, that is an abuse of the English word. To me, it's a complete and total abuse of English word and English language. I apologize. What is he apologizing for? Is he apologizing that he ran a government that couldn't change the color of the naira? All they wanted to do was to change the color, not to add value to it. Because obviously they couldn't add a single unit value to the naira for 8 years. So at the point they decided to repaint the naira. Give it a different color from the color you used to have. Possibly the security designs were still intact. And the president said one thing, the National Assembly said a different thing, and of course the judiciary, the court said a different thing. And at a point, and the CBN governor said a different thing, and at a point, a sitting governor was telling citizens that they should disregard the government and proceed to follow his own instructions. I don't understand whether you get what I'm saying. That the president of the Federal Republic has spoken, that the CBN governor has spoken, then a governor whose duty is to manage a unit of the federation comes out to tell citizens that they should disregard the federal authority and follow his instruction. He said it in broad daylight.
Yes.
And he said it to the microphone and in the open, and it's on record. And finally, what he said came to pass. Is the apology that in Benue, in a community called Dagatu, that citizens were continuously massacred? First killing, second killing, we have lost count of the number of people killed. Is that the apology? That one is impossible to stop. I mean, capture people who kill citizens and hang them, publicly execute them is difficult to do, to set an example for others. And it is even easier when they are non-citizens of the Federal Republic. If they are not citizens of our country and they are disturbing, all you need is to gather them and incinerate them. That ends it. Anybody can talk anything he wishes to talk. But everybody understands that when next you do a particular, this kind of thing, we are going to incinerate you. You maintain order first before you go in to administer the territory. Is that the apology we accept? Are we saying that for 8 years, the refineries that were as if it was working shut down? That is, in 8 years, all the people who were directly employed, indirectly employed, shut down. If you take stock of the families it destroyed, it's unimaginable. It's the apology that you pay subsidy which you condemned with your mouth for 8 years. The subsidy you condemned, you said there's nothing like that. You went ahead to do that thing that there is nothing like. For 8 years, you did it. Are we accepting apology that it became impossible to generate wealth locally, and therefore you have to borrow money and borrow money again and borrow money again, and it became a standard practice to borrow money? We didn't hear that money was paid. You mean borrowing money? Is that what you're apologizing for? So to me, and again, it's not only the language of Buhari. Even local government chairmen who live in Abuja, while their local government are in the Niger Delta, in Enugu, or in the far remote part of the north, they still apologize at it. I mean, a man is a local government chairman. He has never been there. Or he goes there once in a month to share money. For those of them, or some of them share their own money from Abuja. Because it's the banking system now. You allocate to everybody and take your own. Then they do apologize. Including governors who couldn't remove refuse. I mean, refuse, waste generated. Domestic, waterproof, remnants of food and pieces of paper. They couldn't take it and burn it in the bush. I mean, carry it from the main road. Just go and dump it in the bush where we won't be seeing it. They will apologize now. I mean, governors who were so popular that they lost election in their family house. Election was conducted that your family people, those you have blood relationship with, refuse to vote you. Your own brothers refuse to vote you. They will still apologize now. So, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't amount to an apology. To me, it is a form of mockery. Apology is that a man has done or has reasonably done what he ought to do, but circumstances made it difficult for him to achieve the entire result he wanted. You say, please, I'm sorry. It's possible there's something we didn't do well. We are ready to do it well. In other words, there is palliative on the way. There is measure. Are you apologizing that you bought food and gave the government bought food to give to hungry Nigerians and they kept it in a house? And that Nigerians rioted and the first thing they did was to carry a bag of rice. That is, they went to go and pick cubes of sugar, rice, and gari. That is to tell you how hungry the citizens are. That they were angry with you and they went to where you kept gari and they left the anger and faced the gari and rice. That is how bad your situation in your country is. So, to me, it's a mockery, but all said and done, we wish him well.
Okay, all right. Prof, let's hear you on this, the value of this apology, really.
Yeah, if you ask me, that wasn't an apology.
It wasn't?
No, it wasn't.
Okay.
I say it wasn't an apology because a true apology means an admission of error, of guilt, of discourtesy, followed by regret and a sense of guilt. So at the point when one genuinely and truly apologizes, the person will never do what he or she regrets or apologizes for doing. If there comes an opportunity or a situation like that again. Secondly, apology has value if the person that tenders that apology will still have a chance of committing that thing. So assuming he has a chance of becoming president again,
okay,
this apology, so-called apology, will make sense. But he knows he's never going to be president again. So some people develop the tendency and inclination to do whatever thing they want to do wantonly without any recourse to matters of conscience. And it becomes a calculative mechanism to just tender what looks like an apology at the end of it all so that they can forgive you. He knows that he's retiring, quote and unquote, into, even though his life would not be ordinary, but it's not exactly a presidential life that he's going to live. And so he just says that. So by the simple definition that I have established, what he said falls short of a genuine apology because he didn't show regret. He didn't admit of error. And let me pick on this. When I say he didn't admit of error, in all of those cases that were read, when somebody apologizes, they will pick up something they did.
Okay.
And say, I did this. And I now realize that I ought not to have done it. But for him to say, I may have, to say I may have means that he's not sure he really did something wrong. So he's just imagining or claiming to imagine that some people may feel, he said, Some people may have felt offended, or you may feel. So I may be doing something right, and somebody will feel offended by the right thing I'm doing. So he can claim tomorrow that he didn't say he was wrong. He only meant that even if he was right, you may have felt offended by the right things I'm doing. A true, genuine president ought to have said, within these 8 years of mine, I embarked on this policy. I didn't have every information I needed to have embarked on it, and I later realized that it was wrong. It didn't give us the result I thought it would give us. He leaves that one and picks another one. I didn't hear anything definite that he picked on to say, I did. Okay, let him pick the grazing reserve policy and say, oh, I now realize that this is wrong. And so before I leave office, I'll reverse it, or I won't give assent to it, or whatever I will do. Okay, let him pick the subsidy and say, I did say that it was wrong and that it was non-existent. But all these 7 years, I'm sorry I couldn't do what I promised I was going to do. But let me use the remaining days I have to do what I can to let people, convince people that I feel really sorry that I couldn't do it. Okay, let him also say that as at the time he contested, or he was contesting, since he contested more than once, that he didn't know that he was as weak as he proved to be. That he thought he had all the powers to confront those tendencies that he had condemned. But having assumed power, that he felt overwhelmed. So the fact that I didn't hear him mention any specific thing that he would say, oh, this is what I did. Yes, I would have agreed with him if he had mentioned something like, he said, we are humans. Yes, my humanity will make me realize how my frailty is in one sense or the other. And if anybody tells me, I'm sorry, I may have offended you, I don't take it. You can't tell me, I'm sorry, I may have offended you, or I may have hurt you. You come to me and tell me, this thing I did at so time or so, I realized it was wrong. Please forgive me. That's genuine apology. So what he said, that's why I said what he said. And it's different to say I apologize. It's and quite a different thing to say I feel sorry for. So to say I apologize is just to make a sentence. But to say I feel sorry for is an expression of a deep feeling that issues out of some regret or some discourtesy that you may have exhibited. So it wasn't an apology.
Okay. Andy Akotive.
Okay. You would have seen that as you were introducing me now, you introduced me as author, thinker, and
nation builder.
Nation builder.
Yes.
And the author part is not just for mere nomenclature, right? I'm going to write 5 books before I leave this plane. 2 professional, 1 drama, 1 religious, 1 political.
Would you learn, please?
I'm coming. First professional I've done, unveiled how to run a profitable hospital business in Nigeria. Drama, I just concluded. Becoming Me, A Journey of Depth. The political book, however, Iberiberism, the many contradictions of the President Muhammadu Buhari's administration, is almost nearing conclusion also. Iberiberism, the many contradictions of the President Muhammadu Buhari's administration. This is another contradiction. When this administration started, in the whole of Rivers State, and I use that word very carefully, every time I spoke on air, oh, there were people who attacked me. Oh, you don't love this man. Oh. Even on this platform, there were people I quarreled with here, who today, I hear them call radio stations attacking this government and attacking the president. I will just be sometimes driving and I'm laughing. I'm saying, I wish we can just go back to that time and start playing some of the things that I said and some of the things that these people said. For some of us who already know all of what President Muhammadu Buhari's style of leadership was. We didn't see anything that he did as what would excite us. Using that word, excite.
That's for some of you?
Yes.
Okay.
He didn't do anything differently from what he did in his first coming. As a matter of fact, in that book, which will be out, you will see that it was as though this administration was a deja vu of what he had done before. Virtually everything, to recession, to even this, my colleague was talking about Naira, how that he couldn't even
repent it.
Repent, Naira.
Repent.
You don't understand. How do you say that a fish will not crave water? How? My mother says this a lot of times. How do you say a fish will not crave water? The implication is that by nature, a people are certain things. You know, these days when you want to recruit, there are specific things that you're looking out for. We ask some questions like, what is this person's star? And some people wonder, when I'm in a panel, I'm interested in knowing whether this person is Libra, whether this person is Scorpio, whether this person is Sagittarius. Some people are wondering why I ask those questions, because there are rules that specific people, by their nature, cannot occupy. We can have that conversation another time, another day. But you see, his apology for me exactly has vindicated a lot of the things some of us said in 2015. I remember in 2015, one of the first days that I took a liking to this radio station, it was Emmanuel Ndukoya and Annie that were on air. President Goodluck Jonathan had just been booted out of office. Yeah, booted out of office. And, you needed to hear Mr. Emmanuel Ndukoya. He was so happy for the...
Hope you won't say happy.
He was so happy for the new government that was coming. I cannot forget that I was driving to work, and he was speaking, in such flowery, position about this new government. Oh, Goodluck Jonathan did this. I parked, and I began to ask myself, interrogate myself, that something wrong with us as Nigerians. How do you expect that a fish will start flying? What is he apologizing for? He has vindicated us. If you quickly, everyone listening to me right now, go and do a search of the word apology. It's an admission of failure. You have said, I have failed. Upside down, right side, left side, however you want to turn that word. It is an admission of failure. He has admitted that he has failed because his refusal to admit it would make children born tomorrow really put him in a hall of fame to study how a man will repeat mistakes. Consistent. Some of the questions I asked then, I recall very vividly, on Wave FM. I said, a man who was a president before, head of state, is coming back. He has not done one paperwork. He has not done one project. He has not improved himself. He has not read anything new. No new certification. Nothing new. And you people are... Something must be wrong with our collective psychology. How do you expect a society to advance if the people who hold the levers have not advanced? If I am your leader, And I only know things that were used in the medieval times. I cannot give you 21st century solutions to your problems. So, for me, it is but a vindication, and I challenge everyone, just wait a couple of minutes and you are going to see it. Iberiberism, the word that was made popular by Rochas Okorocha, there are plenty contradictions of the President Muhammadu Buhari's administration.
All right. Okay, let's move on to another story before we open up the phone lines. And this one is from the Punch newspaper. Tinubu promises tough decisions. NLC demands new retirement age. Ahead of his inauguration on May 29, the president-elect Asiwaju Bola Tinubu has promised to take tough and hard decisions to reposition the country for the benefit of the citizens and followers. He solicited the people's cooperation and support for his incoming administration in fighting poverty, ignorance, disease, disunity, and ethnic and religious hate, which he described as common enemies. And the president-elect said these in a statement to commemorate the 2023 Workers' Day on Monday, just as the Nigeria Labour Congress demanded that the retirement age for civil servants should be raised to 65 years and the length of service to 40 years. Now, the pledge by the former Lagos State Governor is coming against the backdrop of the high inflation, huge foreign debts, infrastructure deficit, high youth unemployment, and insecurity confronting the country. And the statement titled President-elect's Solidarity Message to Nigerian Workers on International Workers' Day, Tinubu said his renewed hope agenda for a better Nigeria was a covenant he was prepared to keep. However, the former Lagos senator revealed that the ensuing weeks after his inauguration would require doggedness, as the public service reforms he hopes to implement would require tough decisions. My plans for better welfare and working conditions are clearly spelled out in my renewed hope agenda for a better Nigeria. It is a covenant born of conviction and one I am prepared to keep. In Nigeria, I shall have the honor and privilege to lead from May 29. Workers will have more than a minimum wage. You will have a living wage to have a decent life and provide for your families. And the days ahead will, however, demand better understanding and cooperation from all sides, because leadership will require that we take tough and hard decisions so that our people and all Nigerian workers can live more abundantly, Tinubu said. On his demand for cooperation, while extending the hand of fellowship to the organized labor, he assured that they would find in him an ally and fellow crusader for social and economic justice for all Nigerians. He also promised to keep his pledge for better working conditions for the workers as espoused in his agenda for the country. He noted, and I quote, "On this special day, as your president-elect, I extend my hand of fellowship to the Nigerian workers through the two central labor unions, Nigeria Labour Congress and Trade Union Congress. In me, you will find a dependable ally and a co-laborer in the fight for social and economic justice for all Nigerians, including all the working people. Your fight will be my fight, because I will always fight for you. My plans for better welfare and working conditions are clearly spelled out in my renewed hope agenda for a better Nigeria. It's a covenant born of conviction and one I am prepared to keep." Addressing workers during the May Day event at Eagle Square in Abuja, the NLC President Joe Ajaero asked for a fresh retirement age for civil servants in the country. Ajaero also called for a general review of core civil servant salaries to narrow the gap between other civil servants' emoluments and those in other segments of the public service. He said the extension of years of service should go around as it had been done in other sectors of the public service in the country, disclosing that only a few other establishments, including the core civil service, are now left out. We are therefore demanding that the age of retirement and length of service in the entire public service, including the civil service, be reviewed upward to 65 years of age and 40 years of service, he said. Ajaro said the union had over the years demanded salary review but had yet to receive the federal government's attention. Okay, so that's on the part of the Labour leader. But on the part of the president-elect, promising that there would be, he would be their co-laborer. They will find an ally in him. I mean, all of these promises making at this point in time. And a lot of people have, taken their problems. They've called on the next administration. I mean, because this administration is almost over. May 29 just by the corner. Probably they've lost hope in this administration to get whatever it is they're seeking, and so they've decided, you know what, the incoming administration, you've got to solve this problem for us, you've got to do this for us. And here the president-elect is coming to say, well, this is what I'm going to be to you, I'm going to fight this fight with you, I'm in this, all through this, we're in this together. And I mean, he's saying tough decisions are going to be made. That's after May 29. And I'm thinking, are we going to see a better workers' welfare in the coming administration? Because, I mean, promises by politicians. This is not the first time we've heard promises, by different politicians, maybe governors, presidents, or even local government chairmen and all. So, Emmanuel Nduke.
You see, Faustina, this kind of thing happened in time past. Bible students will tell you that after the death of Solomon, the elderly men of Israel went to Rehoboam, his son, and then made request that their father was harsh with them, as it were, that they would need it if he will give them consideration and all that. He will be considerate, that it will be nice. He told them to come back after some days or weeks, as the case may have been. Now, he went to the young ones of his age bracket and then the elderly ones. I told them everything. The elderly ones that were not in the people among the people that made the request, advised him to follow them. That those elderly ones are people that their wisdom will carry the nation and all that. He went to the young ones, youthful exuberance. They told him to advise these people that if your father were harsh, that you were going to be harsher, if not harshest. He told them that. And the people revolted and then went on their own. That's when you hear to your turn, O Israel, that's when it emanated. And so, that is why I always say, every man has his own demon. But you see somebody that will be behaving very well. Don't try to push that man to the wall. If you push him to the wall, in fact, if you look at his face, you know that he is not just an ordinary person. He can also square up against you, no matter who you may be. And it will be a coward that will use a gun and shoot. Leave the gun and see what that man will also do with you. See, I don't see from Emmanuel Ndukwel, not another person. Yes. I do not see what Tinubu said. He did not say anything. Because there's a format for all this kind of handover. He couldn't have mounted the podium, and whether in Ego School or wherever they did that, and said, you see, workers of Nigeria, I am going to deal with you. He can't say that. If he says that, they will design the stadium for him. He will be alone. So he must indeed make promises, whether they will be realized or not. Muhammadu Buhari made similar promises now, that he was going to be very friendly. You remember the greatest slogan, that it was going to be for everybody, and I can't remember the way he put it.
For everyone.
Not for anyone. Indeed. You can see whether he was, or he has been, or he is today. See, the thing is this simple, that there are constants. Those who are writers will understand that if you are writing anything, speech or whatever, there are constants that people are looking out for, those who understand that language. You must mention them. In this kind of thing, he has known the groanings of the people. And so he must come up with a position that will seem to be paradisa. And that is what he has done. So for Emmanuel Dukwe, he has not done anything spectacular. What he has done is what he's about. It's a rehearsal. He just went there to rehearse to them, to become and accept him as a new leader. Once he goes in there, he tightens the noose. That is how political administration in Nigeria go.
Okay. Arochukwu, let's hear from you. He's promising them living wage and not a minimum wage. All of those promises packaged in this particular piece.
Well, it will be a miracle and a shocker to me if the Buhari administration pulls through successfully in the governance of the country in any area whatsoever. He's the leader of APC, has been the leader for the past 8 years, and is going to continue to be the leader likely for the next 16 years, for the next 8 years, making it 16 years and counting. So, every decision taken, everything done for the past 8 years is part and parcel of it. And he was in a position to influence things for the better. And we can see where Nigeria is today. Now, some of the things Nigerian leaders say are not feasible. A certain governor told workers, and they were clapping for him, that he's going to make their salary 100%. Well, for fear of using an indecent word, sometimes Nigerians behave like people who are brainless. For instance, there's no economy, capitalists, socialists, no economy can give you 100% salary. It's not possible in economics. Why it's not possible in economics? Because 100% means that whatever you work, that if your output, if you put an output for 7 days, and that output you make an output of, if you work for 7 days and you work for 12 hours a day, that at the end of 7, and you continue that in a month, that at the end of the month, that the total number of hours you've worked, multiply the total number of days you work, that your output will be given to you completely. It cannot happen anywhere. The owners of businesses make profit by paying you less than what you produce. And that the surplus of what you have produced is what they take. And that's what makes you to be in the employment. So when they started complaining, I told them, look, the man didn't tell you anything and you didn't clap, you clapped for nothing. So if you say, I'm going to give you a living wage, why Tinubu cannot give a living wage and no president of Nigeria can give a living wage today? Because there is no wealth creation. It's from the wealth created that the money will be generated and the people will be paid. No amount of, if the whole of IMF and World Bank, Europe and North America open their vote for us to take all the money there, it can still not give us a living wage because it's borrowed money, and borrowed money, when money is given to you, you are returning it with interest. Often the interest you pay on money is often, sometimes when you calculate it, can be bigger than the capital money you paid. So a man gives you 50 million, you are paying an interest of 150 million. You are still owing the 50 million. Your interest is still counting on the money. So,
You're probably not investing with the money you borrowed.
Yeah, okay. If you invest with the money you borrowed, you must show certain managerial capacity to use the money and make sufficient profit. Do you understand me? To generate wealth. So that you can pay the capital and pay off the interest and then be a free man and then concentrate. Unfortunately, you can see that all the money we borrowed, we didn't put them in the Nigerian refineries, we didn't put them in Nigerian smelting company, we didn't put them in Nigerian textile mill. So the only way for Nigerians to live is that Nigeria must create wealth, that we must produce cassava and convert them into the various variables. That the Nigerian iron smelting company will work, the Nigerian railways should come back to full capacity, the Nigerian Electric Shipping Council, Nigerian shipping line should come back, Nigerian Airways, Electricity Authority should come back, and all our various companies, and we must be producing enough for local consumption, sufficient export, and to compete in the international market and generate wealth. It's only through that we will now be living, because it's from the works of our hand that we are going to feed. Even the Bible says so. So when Tinubu says, I'll give you a living, he cannot do it because he doesn't have the resources to do it. To do it is to build a viral, a functional, a self-sustaining economy so that everybody, in a country where unemployment is still a problem, in a country where corruption is the driving force of the economy, it is difficult for you to arrive. So he just spoke like a politician he is. That's number one. Number two, when he says I will take certain tough decisions will be taken, I understand that on investing hardship on Nigerians, because given his history, is he saying he will leave the comfort zone and come to us to pass through the tough process? Because what a popular leader does now is to lead the people in a kind of a revolution. We are going to do this, and the leader will channel his lifestyle to reflect that. Will you be moving with the presidential aircraft and the fleet of the president and be living palatial homes while you are taking tough decisions for who? You must be part of the tough decisions. If we are saying everybody should volunteer labor, the president should be in front, delivering his own 3 hours of labor. If we say that we are going to reduce from eating a cup of gari a day to half cup, the president should reduce his own lesser. Do you understand what I'm saying? No, you cannot be living comfortably with your ministers as we have it currently in Nigeria. You are telling us we are passing to, and by the way, I don't even see any tough decision he's taking. Any other tough decision that is worse than what we are currently enjoying means we are going to miss Buhari.
Okay.
That is exactly what he has told us indirectly, that you will miss Buhari. And that's where we are.
Okay, so let's get to that point. After May 29, then we'll begin to see or hear of the tough decisions. All right, Prof.
I just did a paper that says something about living wage.
Oh, okay.
Although it's not been published, it's in press, it's been accepted, but not yet published. I wouldn't want to sound cynical. Let me start by saying that as of today, as we speak, Bola Ahmed Tinubu has the highest prospect of being sworn in as the president of Nigeria come May 29. If he becomes the president, I will pray that whether it is him or any other person, they should make things better for Nigerians than we have had and we still have under this administration. But let me start by talking about living wage that he said he will give to Nigerians. There's a difference between a living wage and a just wage. A living wage means that you are paying somebody enough to keep that person alive. I appreciate that a little because it means that he understands that what most Nigerians take home is not enough to keep them alive for as long as nature will want them to be. But in some countries, where planned countries, at least for example in the United States, what they try to do is that the minimum wage, there is a national minimum wage, then different states have their state minimum, even as we try to do in Nigeria here. So what they try to do is to make sure that the national minimum is not less than a living wage. So when the national minimum is raised a little above a living wage, it means that if a state or an employer of labor is able to pay that minimum, it is at least enough to keep everybody alive. But there are some people, assuming the work for which I'm employed, I'm so productive that I turn out 1 million naira a month.
Okay.
But given the cost of living and all of that, what I need to survive to live in a month is 100,000, for example. If you pay me 100,000 naira, you have paid me a living wage. But that's not a just wage, considering the fact that I'm turning out 1 million naira and you are paying me just 100,000. It's not a just wage. So what fair-minded people talk about in the world is not just a living wage, but a fair wage, a just wage. I should be paid something that is commensurate with what I do. There are some people in the public service that if you pay them a living wage today, you'll be cheating the country. Why do I say so? There are some people who just go to their offices with melon, to pay melon, to do this, and they just loaf around. And from the first of the month to the 30th, they may not have turned out something worth 30,000 naira. So if you go pay that person 30,000 naira at the end of the month, you are not being fair to the economy, to the system. You may have paid that person enough, so I would not want anybody to pay just a living wage. I advocate for a just wage. Since every employer of labor, as Arochukwu has said, is out to make profit, I'm not saying if I do a work of 1 million naira, I should be paid 1 million naira. But I should be paid something more than just enough to keep me alive. I will also, beyond being alive, I will also have some things to invest in. So I will encourage, whether it is Tinubu or whoever, to pay beyond. He is saying he will pay more than
the minimum wage.
That he will pay a minimum wage. Living wage. Yeah. I would want to encourage and advise and urge everybody, or anybody rather, who is going to be the president, to pay a just wage, because a living wage may not be just.
Okay, all right. We're still struggling with minimum wage, and then living wage is coming.
Let me just make a point there.
Okay.
What I've just said is that,
yeah,
in some places, I've said that living wage, they try to make sure that the minimum wage is not less than the living wage.
Okay, not less than the...
It shouldn't be less than... So the minimum is simply... You can... Assuming they decide to pay a minimum wage of 60,000 naira today, say that's the national minimum in Nigeria. To a large extent, that can be seen as a living wage, because minimum wage of 60,000 naira will mean that a level 1, that is somebody with maybe E6, the lowest person should not earn less than 60. It doesn't mean that the highest person should get 60.
Yeah.
So when the lowest person gets 60,000, I'm just saying, or let's say 100,000, if you pay the lowest person 100,000 naira, and then you begin to make consequential adjustments, it will make some sense. So there is nothing wrong with a minimum wage. What is important is that the minimum should not be less than a living wage.
Okay, all right.
That's what is important.
All right, thank you very much. All right, so let me take some messages here. This one says, "Annie, good morning. On the issue of Akpabio to be Senate President, does it mean the Senate cannot on their own decide who becomes their president? I now see why our Senate is not probing erring president and other looters." I am Joseph L.K. Ebenezer from Port Harcourt. Okay.
Is he arriving in Nigeria today?
Maybe or maybe not. But you can as well send your messages to the number 0701-933-9962. That's for text messages and WhatsApp messages, all right? And 11:33. Okay, so let's open up the phone line as well, so you can call in and participate, react to any of the headlines that you have heard, and reference the one. Okay, go straight to the headline that you want to react to and be civil. All right, thank you very much. 0817-00000951 and 0810-9510-951. I'll take a couple more messages before I take some calls. Apology time. What is he apologizing? Oh, wow. For killing our citizens with his policies, or looting the soul of this country, for turning this country into capital of poverty, for this show of shame called election. Please tell him that apology is not accepted and he has to vacate that office immediately. Calm down. Just calm down. This is from Mr. Daniel. Yes, just wait until May 29 and he'll be gone, okay? But just calm down the moment. Good morning. Deputy Speaker. The leader of the House, Chief Emma, okay, Emma, giving us speakership titles and all.
It's coming from our side, so I reject.
And to the entire members of the House, I greet you all. Please, Deputy Speaker, help me send these. Okay. All right. I'll deal with this later. Fosinaisi apologizing for a cup of beans that is now 130 naira, or the value of our naira that has fallen so much, or the promise he made that a bag of cement will be sold for 1,000 naira. This is from Mr. Sam. Also, please let me just tell Nigerians that the APC has failed in all area of governance and that he is coming to correct all sufferings APC has made us go through. Okay, this is also from Mr. Sam. This one says, Tinubu is about the heights of IBB and OBJ. What exactly do you mean? He will do well. Apart from being a financial expert, he wants to be seen as the Messiah who has come to wipe away the sins and tears of all Nigerians. Let us give him the support and the difference will be seen. This is from manager Sir Festus Digbani. All right, so time for me to take your calls. Today 95.1 FM. Good morning. Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, you're welcome. Okay, apologies, I've got to let you go. That line is not clear. Today 95.1 FM. Hello, good morning.
Hello, good morning, Fatima.
Okay. I don't know what's going on, but keep trying. Those two calls I've, picked are not clear. Today 95.1 FM, good morning.
Faustina Tutu, good morning.
Yes, good morning. You're welcome.
Thank you. Gift from everyone.
Thanks for joining.
Thank you. Good morning to our guy man, to the rest guests in the studio.
Good morning, Gift.
Yeah, thank you, our guy man. Let me talk about Tinubu. As a person, I believe what Tinubu is saying.
Okay.
Yes. If any other person in that studio refuses to believe, I believe in what he's saying, and I want him to disappoint me. It will be better that way than for me to judge when it has not even happened. Because if you go back to records, Tinubu did something that was striking in Lagos State as a governor, first-time governor. Because people will wait until after they've succeeded their second term, then that is when you see what is rolling out. This man changed the whole face of civil service in Lagos State. In fact, civil servants were fighting him. That is why he's talking about tough decisions. Tinubu is not like a Buhari. Sorry to use that word. Buhari has tried his best. Just like I will tell you, forget about abusing leaders. Who is that president or governor or a leader that has not done one thing or the other? That to condemn, that is what I've been hearing in the studio this morning. Everything, condemnation. But if it is the one that you have at the back of your mind, you will talk good about him. Tinubu did things that changed the face of Lagos and the civil service. Civil servants were fighting him. He decided to retrench people, and he decided to raise this very minimum wage we are talking about to living wage. In fact, yesterday we were talking about 3 states were standing out the time of Tinubu: Lagos State, Anambra, and Rivers State. That these were the 3 states that if someone believes in Tinubu, that Tinubu will not look at your face in terms of policies and decisions taken. He is a man that is decisive. Unlike these leaders that will come in because of civil servants or maybe will go on strike and don't want to take this decision. Tough decisions, and he will bring with you on the street doing that.
All right.
So if anybody is doubting him, wait until after that time.
Okay.
Telling you I will remove subsidy. He will go ahead without looking at your face. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Gifts. Today 95.1 FM, good morning.
Yeah. Good morning, this is Pius from Yenegwa.
Okay, welcome.
Yes, the Tinubu I know. Tinubu will do it. I support it. Why every time if somebody brings up something, always going against? Why sometimes not okay? He said he will do it. Let's see. Sometimes we can even claim like that and leave. Every time the Tinubu cannot do that. We are too much criticizing. We are not criticizing constructively. You've not known the person. The person said, I will do this and do that. Why not sometimes quiet and see? Let's see what you can do. Tinubu is not Buhari. The Tinubu I know is not Buhari.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. Okay, thank you. So you think he's going to give the living wage? All right, it's fine. Let's wait and see, as you've said. But everyone is entitled to their opinion, though. Today, 95.1 FM. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Samuel Tio, calling from Kola.
Okay, how's Kola?
It's fine. Kola is fine. Please, I want to talk about this President-elect Ahmed Bola Tinubu telling Nigerians that he will give them a life upliftment or
living wage.
Life. You see, also see, I always tell people, so Nigerians will easily forget. He was the man that told Nigeria naira, and they will be paying people 5,000 naira. He has said a lot of things, and at the end of the day, no one was accomplished.
No one. He went through all he said. He promised, and he didn't do anyone.
Yes.
Are you sure about that?
Yes. No one was accomplished. Check.
Okay, apology for that. Do well to call back 0817 0000951 and 0810 9510951. That particular headline is Tinubu promises tough decisions. NLC demands new retirement age. And in that piece, he did promise that he is going to, give workers a living wage as opposed to the minimum wage that you have, okay? Today, 95.1 FM.
Good morning.
Good morning. What's your name?
Yes, good morning to your guest in the studio. Yes, Okwando Obinna is my name. Hello?
I'm listening. Go ahead.
Yes, I think on the issue of President Buhari apologizing, I think the issues here are straight and forward and also in the right direction, because it has to take a leader who has a broad mind, the Spirit of God in him, to understand that the ones that he, in the course of his leadership of his nation or his state, that he has erred or have come against some people and must apologize. So those people who are coming out to say that they are not accepting the president, this and that and all that. What of some of them are here from River State? Look at what is happening. A governor and a government that is using their money to buy whiskey, to do other things that are not. Look at what happened during the election here. How people were running away. Also the talk from the
let's stick to the issues, okay?
So I think the president has done well. I personally have forgiven him, even as a supporter of the president. There are so many policies and programs of the president I have suffered in it. But I have forgiven the president and I'm ready to forgive him. So Nigerians should gear up and understand that they have a very good leader in President Buhari and forgive him.
All right.
All these running.
Okay, thank you very much. And I hope if the people you've just said, they were doing whatever it is you said they were doing, when they come out to apologize, you also forgive them in the same way you've forgiven, Thank you very much. This message here says, Fosina, good morning. Labour calling on the president to halt last-minute looting. Who are the involved looters? In the looting, who aided the lootings? Are the members of Labour not the ones looting? Labour should direct her members to halt last-minute looting. Austin from Elele. Okay, Austin from Elele. Still on WhatsApp here, Faustina. Okay. All right. Hello, Faustina. On NLC looting charge, it's really unfortunate that prices rise uncontrollably. Any educated person knows that the office of the governor is money in itself without looting. If you actually opened your books on economics, the theory of wealth creation by Adam Smith teaches that. But who becomes governor? Usurpers who steal mandate. If the self-confidence that comes with knowledge is there, they will never rig elections. Many of us trained our children abroad with our hard-earned money and still earning. Thieves come to steal, kill, steal, to eat. Intelligent people all feel sorry for the so-called leaders. Why should Nigerians suffer rising cost of everything which fuels insecurity? Dr. Dennis Onyagwara. All right, thank you for that message. A lot of them coming in at the moment. I think if you get back to the phone lines. Hello, my name is Joshua. I used to follow your program, NYSC camp. Okay, I think this is you trying to tell a story or something. All right, so I'll skip that for now. Faustina, good morning. And Ogaima and the rest. I'm enjoying the conversation. It's educative. Abbas from Port Harcourt. All right, thank you very much. Akpabio visiting Buhari for his Senate presidency. Shameless evil. It is only our interest they are after, only their interest they are after, from governors to Senate to minister to Senate. Again, running to Senate president. One person. Where are Nigerians? Ben from PH. All right, Ben. On the apologies from Buhari, it doesn't hold water in all ramifications. The economy is in a state of quagmire. Exchange rate of the naira to the dollar has gone up instead of the parallel 1 naira to $1. He promised. He did. The redesign of the naira, the current prices of petroleum products are worse than he met it in 2015. The incessant killings by the herdsmen in the country. The just concluded elections were nothing but a sham, and so on and so forth. He has not even acknowledged his wrong deeds prior to his apologies. It's Albert from Elelewa. Okay, thank you. I'm sure your guests, all of them, are in the mind of Buhari to know that he did not mean the apologies. How many of them have detailed what they have done to the priest when they go for forgiveness? I'm very sure none of them are sinners. Posky. Oh, well, they have the right to their opinions. President Buhari has apologized. Whatever analogy you want to create out of it is not necessary anymore. Apology is apology. Chickena. Okay. All right. Faustina and guests, good morning. Forever I've been talking about using Tambisa and other forests in Nigeria that miscreants are desecrating for ranches and allied industries, including tanneries, canned beef, Bokoto cow legs, Shaki, stripes, fowls, goat and sheep products for local consumption and exports. Instead, Nigerian government are talking Bomo ban and grazing routes. It is a shame that Nigerian government, instead of creating modern ranches, are encouraging herders create crisis with farmers nationwide. Have you noticed that the cattle Nigerians are breeding are so miserably thin compared to cows in France, Argentina, etc.? Whoa, you've been taking notes. Advantage of creation of ranches is tanning factories and other animal products industries and massive job creation. Eregoba. Okay, thank you very much. Let's get back to some calls. Today, 95.1 FM. Good morning.
Good morning, Faustina.
You're welcome. What's your name?
Obed Chima. My greeting to our guests in studio, Andia Potive, Manuel, and the rest of them. And I want to react to Mr. President's apology. You see, Faustina, I think Mr. President has nothing to apologize. I must tell you, because of what he has said over that I have fulfilled most of the promise. He has given us refinery. We are using a refinery here. He has, we are buying fuel at the less than 100 naira. We have seen the payment to graduates. So what is apologizing? You see, I tell you, when somebody fails woefully, you are coming to apologize after you have paid Nigerians. You were making decisions, policies that is not people oriented, and people are talking. You could not revise most of the policies you make, and you are coming out now to apologize. What are you apologizing? What is it? Like the guest have said, you would have stated specifically the area you are apologizing, what you have done, so that Nigeria can know. Look, this man has failed Nigerians. On the failure of Caroline, I must tell you, you have failed Nigeria.
Calm
People
down.
are talking. You are coming to apologize. That apology cannot be accepted, honestly.
By you, right?
No, is it?
By you now. Are you speaking on behalf of Nigerians?
I'm speaking on behalf of Nigeria. Don't throw the
You can't speak on behalf of Nigerians.
No. We have so many of them. You understand? I'm speaking of people who are paying. People who Buhari have afflicted pains and agony. It's the people I'm speaking on behalf. You understand? Economic policy inconsistent. Just look at the last Naira policy. You came up with such policy that you know you cannot implement. Till today, we can't find any new Naira anywhere. And you're coming to apologize. What are you apologizing?
All right, thank you very much. All right, thank you very much. I mean, you can't be rejecting or not accepting the apology on behalf of Nigerians, okay? I'm sure there are some Nigerians who have accepted the apology, from the president, so you can't say on behalf of all Nigerians. Good morning, Today FM panelists. I want to say that for me, President Buhari's apology is nothing but rhetorics. And for me, it has no meaning, it has no weight, and it has no substance. It is simply crocodile tears, and it tantamounts to nothing. For example, the president is apologizing to Nigerians and still keeping somebody in custody whom the court of competent jurisdiction, both in Nigeria and outside Nigeria, have found culpable, and have discharged and acquitted him, and yet the president is asking for forgiveness and pardon without feeling remorse or exhibit any act of forgiveness to others. Right from his military leadership era to his civilian leadership era, what an apology. Aaron Akalahu from Aba, thank you very much for joining us from there. Gracious Tuesday morning to you, moderator on the guest, especially your guy Ma. Buhari apologizes to Nigerians to forgive him. Well, the guests have said it all. It is President Buhari apologizing on what specifically he should apologize to the people of southern Nigeria? To Nigerians for either maintaining the refinery or build a new one. It is the issue of borrowing. Is it the issue of borrowing? He should apologize to the people, the Benue people who are killed under his watch. The people have just killed under his watch. Nnamdi Kanu, who court has granted bail and acquitted him, but his administration has refused to release him. His apology is a slap on the memories of hundreds of innocent Nigerians killed under his watch. Let him know where to channel his apology. Ugochukwu from Port Harcourt. Ugochukwu, thank you. Tinubu telling us, okay. Fasina, Tinubu telling us he will give living wages. Has he signed the statement? Tomorrow he will tell us he never made any promise of such, just as we see in today's very handlers. Let's leave this fanatics and tomorrow we'll see his made. Okay. Sunny, from Ozoba. Thank you. Thank you very much. Today 95.1 FM. Good morning.
Good morning, Faustina.
You're welcome.
Okay. My name is Rollins from Starsfield.
Okay, Rollins, go on.
Buhari apologizing to Nigeria is the height of highest defeat from a leader to the people that he was leading.
How is an apology a deceit? How?
He knew everything hardship to his style of leadership was given to Nigeria. Now he's leaving and he's telling us sorry. You can't beat a child and ask him not to cry.
They do that. They do that. They beat you and then you cry.
It's not possible. I am an elder. I'm speaking to you as from a forum. Him apologizing to us is never acceptable from me. I'm in Nigeria. For him to tell me, take a look, my sister, at the policy of Naira that they introduced to us. Today, you cannot find new Naira notes anywhere. They said by December. So when are they going to distribute this note to the people? And that same person is telling us, sorry, no problem. We will see the end of it all.
All right, thank you very much.
President, I wish him well.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, no problem indeed, no problem. Whether you accept the apology or not, he has apologized, okay? All right, so to our final takes on the show this morning, I'm going to begin with Arochukwu.
Well, I've said it before and I wish to reiterate it. Nigeria is our country. It's unfortunate the way things are. It is not irredeemable anyway. We can still make it better. Citizens should learn to take on their leaders to act and behave responsibly and to demand for political accountability.
All right, thank you very much. Arochukwu Paul Obona Esquire, National Coordinator, Girl Rights Council. Thank you. And on to Prof.
Well, I just want to force myself to feel hopeful that tomorrow will be better than today, and I urge every one of us to contribute our best to making Nigeria a better place. I wish our leaders well and wish Nigerians well.
Okay. Desmond Mbete, Professor of Philosophy, University of Port Harcourt. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you too.
All right, Emmanuel Nduki.
Well, President Buhari, you said you've apologized to Nigerians. The truth is that you've made some pronouncement that seem maybe conciliatory. But let's see how Nigerians will take that.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, before I run off now, let me take some messages. Well, it seems the messages that are just coming in at the moment. I'm going to just take a few of them. Apology if I'm not able to take yours. Okay. Good morning, Fosina and the panelists. For Tinubu to start talking of what he will do when he has still a case at the election tribunal and it's not feasible that he will be the one to ascend the leadership stool of Nigeria's president is like placing the cart before the horse. This is from Sir Chimex Lars Inichi. I mean, he's the president-elect, okay? So let's just wait and see. Morning presenter, I had just accepted Buhari's apology, waiting for Tinubu and tomorrow's flag off at Rumokuta tomorrow. Okay, so you accept the apology, fine. So you see, some people are accepting the apology. So different strokes for different folks. Good morning, Faustina. Buhari apologies are not acceptable. He should... Okay, no. Remember, you're talking about the president, so you be respectful. The choice of words that you choose, okay? My sister, I wish the politicians can pay themselves minimum wages and see how far it will take them in a week. Thanks, Ibi Fobara. Thank you very much. To the SMS portal, quickly take as many as I can in a minute or two. Okay. All right. Tinubu's Mayday speech, if not for evil... Wow. Well, this man sounded... Okay. All right. I don't know. It seems like you have a whole lot of strong words there. Okay. Good morning, presenter. I'm hearing... I'm hearing from callers... They know same callers will soon change that language. That's how same people were saying Buhari they know today. How far? If I Chukwu Wodo. Okay. All right. Okay. She's fine. Annie's fine. What kind of question is that? Really? She's fine. Okay. Thank you very much. Hi, Faustina. Tinubu promises tough decisions. Well, let's give him the benefit of doubt. I have a strong feeling that Tinubu might perform better than Buhari just to win the hearts of Nigerians, considering his controversial election. Lucky from Port Harcourt. All right, with that, we call it a wraps on the show today. You've been listening to today's quest on Today 95.1 FM. Thank you so much for your calls and your messages. If I wasn't able to read your message, I mean, they came in pretty late rather, so next time, please do well to send them early so they come in. And for the WhatsApp, I don't know, it didn't come in early as well. Maybe that's a fault on the WhatsApp platform or something. No, apologies for that. Thank you very much for joining us on the show. My name is Faustina Oputu. Coming up next is the World News, and Lucky Maxwell is right here to take you on that one.
This is Today 95.1 FM. To copy this tune, press 9.
This is Today 95.1 FM.
For current news and information, press 5.
They are politicians, all of them. They know what they do.
So they know how they attack each other. To stay connected all day, press 1.
The person who raised the alarm is the one who made the public know about.
Good afternoon and welcome to the World News on your Premium Talk Radio station.
We are your Premium Talk Radio station. Today 95.1 FM. The station with a unique dial.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt.
Good afternoon, this is the World News on your Premium Talk Radio Today, 95.1 FM. And the headlines: NAFDAC denies report of banning Indomie instant noodles. NERD insists 200% pay rise demand not outrageous. On the foreign scene, senior figure in Palestinian militant group die in Israeli jail. I am Lucky Maxwell. The National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control has denied reports of banning Indomie instant noodles. NAFDAC assured consumers that the product is safe for consumption. Recall that health officials in Malaysia and Taiwan had claimed to detect a ethylene oxide, a carcinogenic substance responsible for lymphoid cancer and breast cancer in the product, leading to a series of investigations of Indo-Food manufacturers of the product. The Ministry of Health of Malaysia would immediately issue a directive to hold, test and release the Indomie Special Chicken Flavor instant noodles product from Malaysia at all entry points of the country. Despite this scare, the Director General of the Health Agency, Professor Mojisola Adeyeye, has asked consumers not to fret over the South Asia country's preemptive measures. She also disclosed that the body has countermeasures to prevent the importation of this product from affected nations. Adeyeye also said NAFDAC will begin random sampling of Indomie noodles, including the seasoning, from the production facilities to ascertain their safety levels for consumption. The Minister of Labour and Employment, Chris Ngige, has expressed opposition to a bill before the House of Representatives mandating medical and dental practitioners to undergo a minimum of 5 years of service to obtain a full license. The proposal, seeking to amend the Medical and Dental Practitioners Act, is sponsored by the lawmaker representing Oshodi, Isholo 2 Federal Constituency, Ganiyu Johnson. Ngige, when he appeared on a live television program, stated that the legislature in question was right to put forward a private member's bill, a proposed law introduced into a legislature by a lawmaker who is not acting on behalf of the executive branch. He said a private member's bill in the National Assembly comes from either a legislature's constituents or is authored by the legislature after a discussion with people in the concerned constituency who agree that the proposal is a solution to their problem. Ngige added that it is better for the Federal Ministry of Health to look into the medical school at which level dialogue could be initiated around fees payable, citing that he was a scholarship recipient as a medical student. Meanwhile, the Nigerian Association of Resident Doctors says its 200% pay rise demand is not outrageous. NAD said the federal government can afford it. NAD President NAD National President Emeka Orji stated this today when he appeared on a television program. He said the review of salaries of resident doctors should have taken place in 2014 with rising inflation and attendant economic shocks. NAD had on April 29, 2023 issued a 2-week ultimatum to the federal government to commence the implementation of all pending agreements or the doctors will embark on a nationwide strike. Amongst other demands, the resident doctors want an immediate increment in the consolidated medical salary structure to the tune of 200% of the current gross salary of doctors. The government had described the demand of the doctors as ridiculous, but the NAD president said the 25% increment offered by the government is not sufficient to cater to the needs of doctors in the country. In the meantime, the organized labor has demanded the review of retirement age for all public servants from 60 to 65 years and from 35 to 40 years of service. Labor made the demand during this year's Workers' Day celebration with the theme Workers' Right and Socio-Economic Justice. Past and present leaders of the Nigeria Labour Congress and the Trade Union Congress, as well as those of other affiliate unions, converged on the Eagle Square, Abuja, in commemoration of the 2023 May Day celebration. The organized labor also demanded that an independent panel be set up to investigate the chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, Mahmood Yakubu, and his team over their conduct in the 2023 general election. The body further demanded an investigation into the sending of 12 billion naira by the Ministry of Aviation to buy 10 fire trucks. The Nigeria Labour Congress in Rivers State says despite the prolonged non-payment of pension arrears and gratuities since 2013, the amount released by the state government for pensioners is not enough for the number of people waiting for payment. The NLC chairman in Rivers State, Alex Agwanwo, said this when he spoke at the Yakubu Gowon Stadium in Port Harcourt to mark the May Day celebration. Agwanwo stated that workers in the state are expecting only pronouncements that will restore their losses over the years in the state public service. He said only Rivers State and Bayelsa that are yet to domesticate the policy to approve the retirement age of teachers to 60 and 40 years, appealing to the governor to domesticate same in the state public service.
And critical stakeholders in Rivers project, we are more poised and determined to enhance and invigorate the established industrial harmony and constructive engagement to accomplish government plan policies and programs, and also the improved working conditions for workers per se. We are convinced that as a listening action governor, we expect nothing less than landmark pronouncements that will restore all that have been lost over the years, including dignity of labor to workers in the state public service. Payment of pension arrears and gratuities. Having activities of funds for the payment of pension arrears and gratuities, we are constrained to draw attention of the Excellency to the considering the prolonged non-payment of pension arrears and gratuities since 2013 has led to a large number of pensioners and retirees, so much that the amount being released seems less impactful.
Some workers also expressed their feelings about the May Day dedicated to them.
There's nothing to celebrate. I don't see anything. Even the workers who are celebrating knows that they don't have anything to celebrate. We have our labor laws. When was the last time they reviewed our labor laws? We are only celebrating our survival, only celebrating the fact that we are alive, working for people.
We as workers, naturally, we should celebrate. It's not easy facing the whole hardship in this country. It's not easy receiving very little amount of money and working and so hard at the end of the day you're not getting what you deserve, but we're still putting a lot of work in our various parastatals and various agency and private organizations. So that's not been easy for workers, but we have been doing it. I think it's worth celebrating. We're having a reasonable amount in the House of Representatives and Senate, and this can actually spawn pushing some of the laws that we need that will strengthen the whole labor movement in Nigeria.
The salary increase is really what I want them to look into.
The state president of the Nigeria Union of Local Government Employees, Ambassador Clifford Nyebuchi Paul, has spoken of his expectations from the incoming governor of Rivers State, Similola Ifubara. Nyebuchi Paul noted that the outgoing governor Nyesom Wike, has ensured prompt and regular payment of council workers' salaries in the last 8 years. He expressed optimism that the incoming administration of Governor-elect Similola Ifubara would give the workers with a national minimum wage before leaving office.
This year's Labour Day celebration, we commend the members of Nigerian Union of Local Government Employees for their cooperation, endurance and support to leadership. Considering the economic plight of Norge in Rivers State, I wish to appeal to the amiable governor of Rivers State, Chief Barrister Nyesom Wike, to direct the immediate implementation of 30,000 naira minimum wage for council workers. The Constitution of Local Government Service Commission, which has the statutory responsibilities of employing, promoting, training, and retraining of workers at the third-tier system.
Members of the Drivers Welfare Club of Nigeria have suspended the planned protest over the killing of their member, Simeon Ihiarulam, by members of the River State Task Force on Illegal Trading and Motor Parks. The deceased member of the union was allegedly murdered by a member of the state task force after the driver declined to pay a fee, a situation which resulted to the drivers threatening to down tools in protest beginning from today, 2nd of May. The state chairman of Drivers Welfare, Jeremiah Dixon, in an interview with Today FM said the decision to suspend the protest followed the agreement of the local and state government to dialogue with the family of the victim. Dixon threatened that the group will not fail to commence the protest should the parties fail to agree on what will be favorable to the family and their slain member.
The reason why we are suspending this is that a lot of interest from the government quarters, from well-meaning people in the state, have reached out to all the voters, pleading that we should make sure that the family come for negotiation, which the deceased wife will be called to come for the proper negotiation. So based on the fact that the people have said that the negotiation without the local government, the state government, so based on that, we are now suspending the strike, pending when the negotiation is concluded. So we are giving assurances that if the negotiation is not positive, the strike will certainly become an indefinite instead of a warning strike.
In the meantime, the wife of the deceased and the leadership of the Drivers Welfare Club of Nigeria have been called for a peace and reconciliation meeting on Wednesday. Abducted former president of the Nigerian Bar Association, Oke Wale, has regained his freedom after spending 2 weeks in captivity. Wale, a senior advocate of Nigeria, was abducted by armed men dressed in military uniform at the Obirikwere area of the East-West Road in Obiakwa local government area of River State a fortnight ago. The NBA chairman, Port Harcourt branch, Victor Benibo, who confirmed the development, said he was released in the early hours of yesterday. This is the World News on Today 95.1 FM. We'll take a short break and we'll be right back.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Thanks for staying with us. Now the rest of the news. House of Representatives Majority Leader Al-Hassan Ado Doguwa has announced his intention to join the race for the Speaker of the 10th National Assembly. Doguwa made the declaration yesterday in a letter of intent addressed to the members-elect. Recall that in February, Doguwa was arrested by the Nigeria police at the Aminu Kano International Airport while boarding a flight to Abuja over his alleged role in the killing of several persons and the burning of the new Nigeria People's Party Secretariat during the 2023 presidential polls. He was also alleged to have fired shots at the public with a pistol belonging to his orderly. Doguwa will be contesting against Deputy Speaker Idris Waze, Sada Soli, Mukta Betara, Tunji Olawuyi, Tajuddin Abbas, Abubakar Maki, Aminu Jaji, Yusuf Gaji, Ben Kalu, and Miriam Onoha. A joint panel comprising officers of the Nigeria Police Force, Department of State Security, and officials of the Independent National Electoral Commission has invited the suspended Adamawa State Resident Electoral Commissioner, Hudu Yunusa Ari, over his conduct in the April 15 supplementary elections in the state. The investigation panel, which was set up by the Inspector General of Police, Usman Baba, asked Yunusa Ari to show up at the force headquarters, Louis Edet House, Abuja. The panel is headed by an Assistant Inspector General of Police and head of Interpol, Nigeria, Garba Umaru, who was appointed as the head of the election planning, monitoring and evaluation team in the build-up to the 2023 general elections. The spokesperson for the Force Criminal Investigation Department, Fumi Egwaje, confirmed the development. A Lagos State bus rapid transit driver, Oshibanjo Oluwaseun, who collided with a moving train at Ikeja and killed 6 people, has been arraigned before an Ikeja High Court. Oluwaseun, who was arraigned before Justice Onyidamola Ogala, is facing 16 counts bordering on involuntary manslaughter and previous harm, preferred against him by the state government. A director of public prosecution, Babajide Martins, told the court that the BRT driver negligently killed the victims by ignoring warning signs and ran into an oncoming train. He said the defendant also negligently inflicted grievous harm on 10 other passengers on the bus. On the foreign scene, India's domestic air traffic has hit a record high with 4.56 million passengers flying on a single day. The milestone, which was reached on 30th April, came as 2,978 flights took off across the country. India's post-pandemic economic recovery has spurred a travel boom. More than 37.5 million passengers were carried by domestic airlines in just the first 3 months of 2023. Data from the country's Directorate General of Civil Aviation showed this marked a 51.7% growth compared to a year ago. Elsewhere, a senior figure in the Palestinian militant group Islamic Jihad, Hada Adhan, has died in an Israeli jail after 86 days on hunger strike. The Israel Prison Service said he was found unconscious today. He was taken to hospital, but attempts to resuscitate him failed. The IPS said he had refused to undergo medical tests and get treatment. After the death was announced, militants fired at least 3 rockets from the Gaza Strip with no one hurt. In sports, tennis legend Serena Williams confirmed she's pregnant with her second child at the Met Gala yesterday. The 23-time Grand Slam singles champion told newsmen at the New York fashion show there were 3 of them on the red carpet when she arrived with her husband Alexis Ohanian. The couple welcomed their first daughter Olympia in October 2017. Williams wrote in Vogue magazine last year that she wanted to move away from tennis and focus on growing her family. In entertainment, thousands of Hollywood TV and movie screenwriters will strike today after last-minute talks with major studios over wages broke down. A Writers Guild of America strike, the first in 15 years, will see more than 9,000 writers, 98% of voting members, walk out from midnight. It is expected to affect today's late-night shows, while forthcoming shows and films could face delays. The Guild also said protesting will begin today afternoon. In 2007, writers went on strike for 100 days at a cost of around $2 billion to the industry. To end the news, as a summary of the major stories. NAFDAC has denied reports of banning Indomie instant noodles. You heard that NAD has insisted that its 200% pay rise demand is not outrageous. On the foreign scene, we told you that a senior figure in Palestinian militant group has died in an Israeli jail. Ifunaya Obeme Ndukwe edited the news. Got comments and inquiries, please call 08183892850. Send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can also read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com. Good afternoon, I am Lucky Maxwell.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
It's that time on radio. Let's take you into the life and times of men and women who inspire, role models who have shaped the world. Personality profile. Now you know.
Chief Eliezer Chukwuemeka Anyoku was born on 18 January 1933 in Obosi, Anambra State, Nigeria. Not only is he a chief through lineage, but also through his exceptional leadership skills. His career in leadership spans many decades and institutions, both national and internationally. The promotion of democracy on the African continent has always been his primary focus and an area of concern. His precociousness in leadership showed when he joined the Commonwealth Development Corporation at the tender age of 26 in 1959. Shortly after the Nigerian independence, the new government invited him to join the country's diplomatic service. In 1963, he was posted to Nigeria's permanent mission at the United Nations UN in New York. After the establishment of the Commonwealth Secretariat, Chief Anyoku became Assistant Director of International Affairs. He was seconded to the organization by the first Secretary General, Arnold Smith of Canada. He later became a director, and by 1975, Chief Anyoku became Assistant Secretary General. In 1977, Commonwealth government elected him Deputy Secretary General with responsibility for international affairs and the Secretariat administration. His commitment to Africa remained with him, and in 1983, Chief Anyoku returned to Nigeria to serve as the country's foreign minister on the overthrow of the government by the military. He went back to his Commonwealth position as Deputy Secretary General. In 1989, Chief Anyaoku was elected the third Commonwealth Secretary General. He proved an indispensable leader in matters of national, continental, and international political leadership, and was re-elected at the 1993 Limassol Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting for a second 5-year term. His career as a leader spans over 30 years of Commonwealth initiatives and negotiations. He does not avoid dealing with matters that are controversial. Chief Anyaoku's strength in leadership can be seen in his active involvement in issues such as the Gibraltar referendum of 1967, the Nigerian Civil War of 1967 to 1970, the St. Kitts Nevis Angular constitutional crisis of 1969 to 1970, the problems following Commonwealth Games boycott during the 1980s and the process leading to the peace and democracy in Zimbabwe, Namibia, and in particular South Africa. Chief Anyaoku was also closely involved in the establishment of a joint office in New York for small Commonwealth countries that are thus enabled to be represented at the UN. Concerning the liberation of South Africa, Chief Anyaoku met with former president of the African National Congress ANC, Oliver Reginald Tambo, in 1963, when he was junior officer in the Nigerian embassy to the United Nations. This meeting was a genesis to a lifelong friendship between Chief Anyaoku and the Tambo family, resulting in the then president of the ANC, Tambo, introducing Chief Anyaoku to Tambo's then personal assistant and current president of the Republic of South Africa, Thabo Mbeki, in 1968. Additionally, in view of his closeness to the Tambo family, he was one of the few people, number 3 to be exact, after Trevor Huddleston and President Thabo Mbeki, who were invited to deliver lectures at the memorial lecture of Oliver Tambo. In 1990, on the release of former President Nelson Mandela from Portsmouth Prison, he hosted Madiba to his second dinner in London. Between November 1, 1999 and 17 November 1993, he visited South Africa 11 times, using his diplomatic skills in order to break deadlocks around the negotiation processes in South Africa. In 1998, the former president of South Africa, Nelson Mandela, in recognition of Chief Emeka Anyaoku's antecedents concerning South Africa and the manner in which he had championed the cause of the progressive movement around the world, afforded him the rare honor of addressing a joint sitting of the South African National Assembly. Lastly, former President Nelson Mandela wrote the foreword to Chief Chukwuemeka Anyaoku's book, Eye of Fire. In early 1997, he organized the first African Commonwealth Heads of Government Roundtable to promote democracy and good governance on the continent. However, he still honors his traditional duties, serving as a chief in the midst of his international commitments. Anyaoku continues to fulfill the duties of his office as Ichie Adazie of Obosi, a traditional Ndi Ichie chieftaincy title.
Personality profile. Now you know.
Every day, we hear reports about counterfeit products, stories of fake drugs, foods, expired goods and other consumables being manufactured, imported and sold to unsuspecting members of the public. Findings reveal that Africa records at least 100,000 deaths from fake drugs-related ailments yearly. These fake and substandard products, particularly drugs, have been considered a global threat to human lives. And despite efforts by authorized agencies in Nigeria to combat the menace, the Nigerian market remains flooded with different unwholesome products. This is a plea to all those who manufacture and sell these goods to desist. Stop this menace of counterfeit products. Let's place value on human lives. And should you have purchased a counterfeit product or unsatisfied with the product, please contact SON or Consumer Protection Agency. This message is powered by Today95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Fire incidents have become a regular occurrence, with thousands of lives and millions of properties lost every year in this country. Hardly a day passes without news of a fire outbreak in some part of the country, causing fear and panic among the people. Needless to say, We need to remind ourselves of the possibility of an outbreak at any time. This is what is likely to prevent us from being taken by surprise. Always put off appliances when not in use. Do not overload electrical sockets. Fuel your generator before, not when in use. Avoid fixing electrical faults personally when you apparently do not have the skill. Keep the candle on a candle stand.
It takes only a minute for a fire to get out of hand. In case of a fire outbreak, please call the fire service hotline 070-315-221-99. This message is brought to you by your premium talk radio station, Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people.
Thomas Edison, who lived from 1847 to 1931, was quoted as saying in 1890 that non-violence leads to the highest ethics, which is the goal of all evolution. Until we stop harming all other living beings, we are still savages. Encourage peace in the city and report violence. Thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not harm. Thou shalt not be violent. This message is brought to you by the voice of the people. Today, 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
You may wonder why we chose to double into broadcasting.
Okay, all right. All you need to know about this one is that
95.1 FM? Such a unique style.